watch this proceedings in their home. At this time, I would like to defer the Pledge of Allegiance to Mr. Schiavi, if you would be so kind, sir.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Before we go any further, I would just like to ask if anybody here that's present this evening is personally taping this session for their own personal use. We'd like to know in advance. So if there's anybody taping this session other than WACA-TV, would you please let it be known? Okay, thank you. It's a new policy that the board has started, and it's to read the mission statement and the vision statement from the Board of Selectmen. So at this time, I would like to quickly read that the Ashland Board of Selectmen is dedicated to promoting responsible physical management, advocating for sustainable development and growth, and providing excellent municipal services which will enhance the quality of life in our diverse community. The Ashland Board of Selectmen is committed to providing clear goals and objectives for town management and creating effective engagement and public participation with the residents, state legislators, and other elected officials in order to achieve our mission. The vision statement is the town of Ashland will be a prosperous and physically sound community with a full range of housing, business, cultural, educational, and recreational opportunities in a safe and attractive environment for residents and for visitors who come to Ashland. With that, we have a few minutes, I'd like to open it up for citizens' participation. If there's anybody here this evening for citizens' participation, please come up to the podium, state your name and address, please.
Joel Arbeitman, Woodridge Lane. I want to address a little bit of the discussion that's been going on. I was at the Water Policy Committee meeting last night, and I know that there is a placeholder. I guess it's still a decision to be made with regard to whether to bring forward an article to connect to the MWRA. I know some people are strongly advocating that, others are concerned about, are opposed to it, and some want more information about exactly how this would impact the town. I took quite a bit of time today to go back and look at statements that were made by Mr. Mignani and also by Mr. Schiavi at the last town meeting. And at that meeting, and you know, the tape is up on YouTube for anybody to go and see for themselves and get their own personal understanding of what the comments meant. But both gentlemen stated very clearly that after town meeting, before we pursued a hookup, that we were going to develop a clear policy of how water would, basically what the rules in the town would be of how water would be used, who would determine, or when would we turn on this spigot versus that spigot, and so on, that we would be very clear about developing a policy. I was at the Water Policy Committee meeting last night, as I said, and it is my understanding of what the committee decided, that they are not ready at this time to develop a policy for the November town meeting. And based on that, I would personally prefer to see this article deferred until the spring. I'm supportive of hooking up to the MWRA with certain conditions, but I think that to do it at this time may not be appropriate. Did you want to jump in here? Or should I keep rolling?
No, but I think it's clairvoyant. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think my office must be bugged or something.
It is.
Great. No, you're absolutely right, Joel. And so, you know, the Water Policy Committee met last night, and when I got back to the office today, I called up Mr. Manoogian to get an update on where they were, and he explained it exactly like you said. They weren't ready to make those type of recommendations, and so this afternoon, right around 3 o'clock, when I met with the chair and the vice chair to go over you know, the agenda for our meeting next week, as well as the warrant, I let them know that I did not feel comfortable in pursuing the article related to the MWRA connection for the exact reasons that you just stated, that we had made a commitment at town meeting when we asked for approval to join the MWRA. Before we move forward, we would have those type of water policy discussions, whether it's bylaw changes or what have you related to the connection. And so with their concurrence, that article as well as the water bylaw changes have been removed, and why I have new warrants for the selectmen to review tonight. So
Well, I appreciate that decision.
it's all about making sure we do what we say and or say what we do and do what we say.
I think it's
however that
great.
statement goes.
I had other stuff that I'm not going to read now, and I just wanted to read one thing that came from a WCVB TV article that I have a link for, which I won't give now, but I did send a copy of this document to Rob last night. And I just want to read this one sentence. I think it's just one. No, it's two sentences. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has said it would cost, this is nationally now, $384 billion, billion with a B, over 20 years just to maintain the nation's existing drinking water infrastructure. For Massachusetts, the EPA estimated the need at about $7.7 billion. Just leave it at that. So the thing that I hope that we look at very carefully as we look at going to a statewide system is what would the impact of that be on Ashland? In other words, if we sign up for a system that is currently spending 60% of its revenues on debt, and we are looking at really substantial infrastructure upgrade requirements over the next 20 years, I think that we need to have a good understanding of what the impact, if any, would be on Ashland. That's all. You know, again, I think we do need to find a second source of water, and maybe the MWRA is the best one to get. But we really need to study this, and I think some of this information, as far as I know, hasn't really been looked at in a financial sense yet. So thank you very much.
You're welcome, Joe, thank you.
Mr.
Any
Chair?
comments? Yes,
Yeah,
Greg Cal.
I was at the meeting as well, and I just wanted to commend the Water Use Committee. I thought it was a great meeting. I thought it was run well. I thought there were a lot of good ideas that were put forward. The committee seemed receptive to all of them. It was one of the best dialogues at a public meeting that I've heard in a long time. They did a very good job. And I think that it was a wise move to do what you've decided to do. I think that we can come up with a good policy. I think it's just going to take a little longer.
Anyone else? Yolanda? Rob? No? Okay, good, thank you. Joe, thank you for bringing that up. So, we're a step ahead of you. We have 30 seconds. No, I'm only kidding. We have about 4 minutes.
I'll make it real 4 minutes.
No, it's okay.
My name is Mark Sony, 49 Hawthorne Road. Good evening.
Good evening, Mark.
I have 3 things I'm going to ask, and I'm going to say thank yous in all 3. BAA grants, thank you. You made my committee a very active night I had the other night. They got back to me once the management here got to them and was talked to. We came out with a compromise and understand with each other in the committee, ARA committee, that it's there for town. I came up with some questions and all that, and they understood that. 2, is the override issue on the agenda tonight?
In respect to,
Anything?
no.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask the question, has there been any things changed since middle of September? There's
I
been
would have to
nothing
defer
said.
to Vice Chair Mitchell on that one.
So we've had, I'm sure you're aware, I believe you were at our last meeting. We've had 2 working group meetings. Mark, our third is scheduled for this Monday at 7:30 in the morning. So that'll be our 3rd working group. So that's really where we're at. We're still in the middle of analysis, discussions.
Okay, so it's basically in the study phase.
It's very much in the study and dialogue phase, yeah.
Okay. And the third is, I want to thank the Police Auxiliary, Verizon, Eversource, because this past weekend, there was a car accident off on East Union Street with an unlicensed driver hit the pole and it was in report in the paper, so. He was unlicensed and he hit a pole, engine fire, at about 1:15 in the morning, and then we lost power in my neighborhood, Hawthorne Road area, for over an hour. But it was quickly put back on. I drove around and asked one of his auxiliary police officers who was roping up the area, was there any injuries? He said no. Yeah, he knew who I was. He told me, just go back home, go to bed. So those are my 3 thank yous, and let's go and have a good meeting.
Thank you, Mark.
Is that usual police procedure, Mr.?
What, go home and go to bed?
Did you go home and go to bed, Mark?
Yeah, it probably sound advice, I would think,
They know who they were talking to.
Yeah.
which is probably the reason why they said go home, go to bed.
Yes.
Okay, we have a few minutes before we go to our 7:15 scheduled hearing. We don't have any selectmen appointments, nor do we have any minutes to approve. So, do we know if Katrina Moulton is going to be present this evening?
No, she's
She's not. Do we want to do that now? We have a few minutes,
sure.
if you would like to do that, so we can,
Just I gotta find her.
right here. Yeah, right here.
There you go. Okay. So I do have one appointment this evening. It's for a 5-hour page position for Katrina Moulton. She's a high school student. You can see from her resume, she's got quite a bit of volunteer experience. They really liked her during the interview. The Board of Trustees voted to approve Paula Benetti's recommendation that she be the hire for this position, which was vacated by somebody that moved up to more of a part-time position and made this one available. So, great, energetic young lady. You can see the kind of things she gets involved in. I think her father's on the Conservation Commission, I believe, and you can see a lot of conservation in her background. So just a great young lady and be a great addition for the Ashland Public Library.
Thank you. Do we have to take a vote
need to
on
waive
accepting
the-
this?
are we
waive
waiving the 15 days?
or-
Yeah, I mean, I think given the position and, you know, just her background and stuff, I mean, I think it's, would be appropriate to waive her and let her get started working over there as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you. Do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve, support the appointment of Katrina Moulton to the position at the Ashland Public Library and waive the 15-day waiting period.
I have a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And, lo and behold, it's 7:15. We have. Yeah, you have a 7:30, but we do have a Class 2 liquor, license transfer, Auto Source LCC from 29 Alden Street.
It's not liquor, though.
No, I know, not liquor,
No.
that was a slip of the tongue, pirate, sorry about that.
Yes.
I do have to read the notice first, sir, okay? Thank you. This is a legal notice, public hearing notice. Notice hereby given that the Board of Selectmen will conduct a hearing regarding a change of ownership for a Class 2 license. A Class 2 license allows the sale of used cars at the current location. Auto Source LCC, 29 Alden Street, Ashland, Mass. 01721. A public hearing will be held on this matter at the Ashland Town Hall, 101 Main Street, Ashland, Mass. On Wednesday, October 21st, 2015, at 7:15 p.m. Persons wishing to be heard in this matter are invited to attend the public hearing at the time and date noted above. Interested parties who are unable to attend the hearing may submit written comments to the Selectman's office at 101 Main Street, Ashland, Mass., or by emailing Susan Roby at sroby@ashlandmass.com. Susan, have we received anything with respect to any emails regarding this license transfer? I gotta get that out of my mind. I don't know what it is, but, okay. Again, this is a transfer. This is not requesting a new license. This is a transfer that's already in existence.
Correct.
And you are the new owner, and I'm assuming that you're looking to transfer this to your ownership,
Correct.
okay? Anybody have any questions?
Just quickly, any changes, hours of operation, any changes in the number of spots for sales? I did drive by today. The map that I have is not complete, what I'm looking at, so
Okay.
just on the side of the building.
Yeah.
There's, and along the back as well?
Just on on the front side.
Just on that front side there.
Going around the L is a different business.
It's different business,
Yeah.
okay, all right,
Yeah.
very good.
So
And so
everything will be the same. My father owned the previous business
Yeah.
along with me, and
Okay.
he just really doesn't want anything to do with it anymore. So,
Okay. So you're not looking for additional car spaces, you just,
no.
currently what's there and you're happy with what you have?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions or concerns?
Did you share that building in that lot with the paint, the body shop?
The Body Works, yeah.
Yeah, Body Works,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah.
No,
All right.
no
No?
other,
Okay, do I
there's
hear
no
a motion?
changes there?
Move to close the public hearing?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Was there any, oh, I
Yep.
should have asked prior to, if anybody was in the audience to speak in favor or oppose this particular license transfer? No? Okay. Board?
Move to approve the transfer of a Class II license to AutoSource LLC, 29 Alden Street, Ashland, Mass. As presented.
Do I
Second.
hear a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Good, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sue, did we need to get a name, because I know on the application, before you go, so hold on one second real quick. On the application, it says the name of the owner's Auto Source LLC. Do we need a name of a person with respect to that, or is that?
If that's the way the plates are going to be registered, then that's the way we have to issue the license.
Okay. All right, okay.
We do usually get something that has a name as well, like when his, bond comes in, it'll
Yeah,
have his
it
name.
have his name on it? Okay,
Yeah.
all right, good. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Very good. Moving right along. We have a few minutes, we're going quick. Are all the parties here?
Yes.
Would you mind going early?
No.
Is that something we can do even though it's posted? We can't do that, right? Yeah, I wish we could, we
I was gonna
can't.
say the only problem is that the advertising.
Right, 7:30,
right.
right. So it looks like we have to hang around for a while, sorry. All right, what else can we get done prior to?
Item A on our old new business.
Downtown Summit.
They want to do the downtown summit, it's fine. We have some
So-
time to do that, so.
So I sent out the email related to the board's desire to do a downtown summit with town boards and committees that have interest in improvements in the downtown and kind of pull everybody together. So I sent it out, obviously went to the Selectmen, the Planning Board, Affordable Housing Trust, the ARA, Downtown Collaborative, the Open Space and Recreation Committee, Historical, and CPC. So given that the two dates were like 28 October and 5 November, which the 28th is next week, and we have a Selectmen's meeting, but the majority of the folks, I did hear back from everybody except for the Planning Board, Affordable Housing Trust, and Open Space. So of the ones that did reply, the 5th was a better date. So my recommendation, given that it's about 2 weeks from tomorrow, that be the preferred date, assuming the board feels they can get ready in time. We still need to pick a location and so forth, and come up with an agenda and how you want to actually handle the discussion and facilitate that. And I'll reach out to the three I haven't heard from to hopefully get them.
Mr. Chair?
Steve?
So I would suggest, I believe Carl and I, on our mission vision spreadsheet, that's one of our tasks. So I would suggest that you, myself, and Tony get together, set the agenda. Let's determine a location. I think we should determine a location tonight, if possible, and either do the library or the community center. Yeah,
What's the
Whichever's
time?
available.
This is 7 o'clock.
I think we're looking 7 to 9, something along those lines.
So tomorrow I'll check with Joanne and Paula to see if those, either one of those are available.
Okay.
Make sure we book. Did you have a preference over which one, if they both happen to be available? Community center's a little bit bigger.
Potentially,
Libraries
how
downtown.
many folks?
There is that.
Well, I mean, just with all the members of the committees, I had, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. I mean, you're looking almost, if they all showed up, you're almost looking at like 40.
A couple of years ago, when we did one similar, when we were talking about some different things,
Right.
we did it at the community center, and it was great, because we set up the tables in like a big O, so people could see across from each
Yeah.
other, and that worked well.
Okay.
So
I
that would
think
be
the library might be
That'd
tight
be
if
the
everyone.
preferred location?
Yeah.
That work?
fine with me.
Okay, so let's
I'll
make
see if
a,
it's available.
and then we'll connect with the
Okay.
agenda,
And the
All right.
date was
the 5th.
the 5th, right?
Fifth.
Yep.
Thank you, Tony.
Yep, you're welcome.
Okay. Well, that's done. Seeing that we brought up the, and we still have a few minutes left, let's discuss a date and time for our next Board of Selectmen workshop. Any suggestions, any ideas?
What's the general timeframe are people thinking? Is this within the next month? Or
I-
is it just,
I-
are we talking a couple months after we do some stuff, or?
Beginning of the year, maybe? Does that give us enough time to do the things that we needed to do, that we said we wanted to do?
You know, if it were possible, I'd prefer doing it before the first of the year,
Okay,
because the answer to the second part of your question is, with regard to me, is, I don't know.
okay. Don't forget, we have holidays that are coming up, people
Yeah.
may be traveling, that's the only reason why I suggest
Yeah.
maybe the beginning of the year.
Well, we've got a couple of, the first couple weeks in December might work.
We're looking at a
When are you
weekend,
going,
or-
you're going away at some
I'm
point?
going away in February.
Okay.
We looking for a Saturday morning? Are we looking for
Well,
an
that's-
evening? What are
that's-
we, what's the,
What's better for you folks? I mean, there's two of us that are in transition, the other three are still working.
Well, it depends on, I guess, what the agenda's going to be. I thought that perhaps we had some open-ended discussions. One was, had to do with enforcement, that we've been kind of bumping down the road. And then we had some action items that we all took ownership of when we divided up the vision statement. And I know personally I can speak to some work that I've done on some of those, but I don't want to own the agenda either. So, I don't know, it seemed like the last Saturday morning thing was pretty efficient, and everyone seemed relatively rested.
Yes.
That might work.
So we're looking at a Saturday, what time start, 8 o'clock? Does that work for everybody, or is that too early, or
Yeah, it's not-
too late?
What'd we do last time, 9 to 1 or 8:30 to 1?
I think it was 8:30 to 1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
8:30
seems to
so-
work all right.
So the 5th and the 12th are Saturdays, the first two Saturdays in December.
Okay, how about the 12th?
yeah, if we're looking at January, I'd prefer the 12th.
12th? Okay. So we're looking at the
Well,
12th of
I think we're
December.
looking at December.
Right, 12th of
December.
December.
Oh,
Well,
of December.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah.
5th is kind of tough, because
Fifth does
there's
not work for me, I'm out of town.
the 5th
Okay.
is a big event day around here.
Well, how about the 12th?
Okay,
12th works for me.
12th, okay, 12th,
All I would say is that we have to make sure we finish, because I know I have a commitment that afternoon that I have to be
I
at.
do
Okay.
as well.
Well,
Okay.
we'll push it.
want to do 8 to 12 then? Does that
No,
work better?
8:30 is better for me.
8:30,
8:30?
okay.
Okay. 8:30 to 12,
Okay,
that work?
Yeah,
Yep.
and where do we want to try to do it at the Warrant Center again, or?
Or downstairs is fine for me.
Either one works, I guess. The Warrant Center's kind of a nice setting, though.
I'm a lousy cook.
They feed us, sounds good.
They do.
They do feed us.
yeah,
You don't
yeah,
want
let's
my-
do
you
the
don't- you
warrant,
don't want
let's
my
do the
crepes.
Warrant Center.
Right.
It's always,
We'll try it, see if it's
enjoyable there,
available.
yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
can we ask you to be so kind to check that out?
Yep. We're gonna have 8:30 to noon.
8:30 to noon, yes, on the 5th, 12/5. Thank
No,
you.
12:05 or 12:12?
I thought it was the
12,
12th.
12.
I mean, 12/12,
December
I'm
12th,
sorry.
8:30 to 1.
Yes.
I would also suggest that we send potential agenda items to the chair.
Sounds good to me.
But the basic idea is we're trying to update on our various policy areas and other things we.
Yep. Things that we need to
Right, that's the,
improve.
right, policies are
But
what we
we're
were
gonna
looking
have
to
to refine,
discuss.
I mean, we have about 20 policy issues.
Yeah, right. Well, that would be like, what have you, I know I'll have economic development.
So you'll have all your commercial strategies to grow the commercial. Okay, all right.
Implemented by then.
I mean, we don't have to get them all done at one day, but if we can get a good 2/3 of them done, that would be nice. Okay.
Well, I still think that we need to, we've had the enforcement discussion bouncing around.
Yep.
Left over from the last summit, so
I-
maybe that should be our lead-off thing,
Well, that would be, and then we'll just go to.
and
new
then
business.
whatever
Okay.
else we can get in.
Okay, that works for me.
And that's post-town meeting, so that gives
All
us.
right. Yeah. So does that work for everybody? Yolanda, you good with that?
Yep.
Steve, we're okay?
I'm
Rob?
good, yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir. I
welcome.
appreciate that.
Welcome
Are you
back
gonna
to-
delegate that?
It's already done.
I don't know. Okay, we have 2 minutes left. Is that clock slow?
Yes.
Because I have 7:30 in my watch.
7:28,
You have 7:28?
yep.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to fill up 2 minutes with thanking
Go
whoever
ahead.
it was that moved the blinking light in front of the the police station. You know, that flashy sign that everyone loves except for me? I don't know where it went,
The-
but
the
whoever,
message
It
board.
stopped, the message.
the
board.
message board, it's not there.
I actually had
It's in front of your house.
No, it's not there either. But whoever is responsible for it gets my vote for Citizen of the Year.
I actually had someone comment that that sign is no longer there. I mean, positively.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right.
So we-
So that took 2 minutes, Joe.
That almost took up 2 minutes. We're ready to go by. Mr. Delpret gets ready to speak. It'll be 7:30. And at that point, I'll have to get my paperwork ready. That'll give me at least 2 minutes for that. Okay. Seeing that I have 7:30 right on the dot, I do have to read a legal notice. Notice is hereby given that the Board of Selectmen will be conducting a hearing for an application for an all-alcoholic restaurant license. Mexico City Tequila, Inc., 1 West Union Street.
Taqueria.
What was that?
Taqueria.
I'm sorry, I can't speak Italian. Taqueria, 1 West Union Street, Ashland, Mass. A public hearing will be held on this matter at the Ashland Town Hall, 101 Main Street, on Wednesday, October 21st, 2015, at 7:30 PM. Parties wishing to be heard on this matter should appear at this time and place indicated above. Interested parties who are unable to attend the hearing may submit written comments to the Selectman's office or by emailing to Susan Roby at sroby@ashlandmass.com. Signed myself, Joseph Gimignani, Chairman of the Board. Susan, have we received any emails or any letters of concern with respect to this transfer?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Now, if I did this right, I have to ask, we have a presentation by any staff people or applicant set by you. You're here, Mr. Delpret, to do a presentation or
Yes.
to discuss this on their behalf?
Okay, my name is John Delpret Jr., and with me is Myra Ramirez and Francisco Ramirez, the principals of Mexico City Taqueria. The restaurant's been operating in Ashland for the last 2 years without a liquor license over on 1 West Union Street. And as you can see from our hours of operation that we submitted, we had started this process back in July, but they had the opportunity to move to a larger space in between our completing the first application and submitting it, but all the paperwork basically didn't change other than the size of the restaurant and the floor plan. They currently have a full-service Mexican restaurant, and I do have a menu here for you. Unfortunately, I left out of my package when I originally submitted it. And they're looking for hours, once the liquor license is issued, of 11 to 10 Sunday through Thursday, and 11 to 11 Friday and Saturday. That's a little different than what it says on the menu, but that's because it was prepared for the other restaurant before they had the liquor license. They are very successful in their endeavor, and the one ingredient that they've been missing is the opportunity to have a beer or a margarita or a glass of wine with their Mexican food, which complements it completely. As you see from the package, their cash flow is good. They're going from a 28-seat restaurant to a 73-seat restaurant, and we really appreciate the board's consideration in approving this license. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
We do. I have a couple of quick ones, and then I'll just go right down the line. You already mentioned the hours of operation, and the only difference is Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, they'll be open till 10 p.m. When will they be doing last call on those days?
As far as last call, it will probably, when we stop,
Half an hour.
half an hour before closing
So
time.
I had written down 9:30 on Thursday, and then it would be 10:30 on Friday and
Friday.
10:30 on Saturday. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. Bless you. When I went through your application, and I know you folks, my grandson goes there all the time. And he loves the food. I love the food, but unfortunately, the food doesn't like my stomach. I apologize. But I love hot food, I love the Mexican food, and unfortunately, I just can't eat it anymore. But anyway, my concern would be, in reading everything over, you folks have very little history when it comes to serving alcohol. This is your first endeavor. And I see that you have the owner of the building there. He is probably very much aware of the concerns that this board has when it comes to alcoholic beverages. And in fact, a prior establishment there at one time had some issues that we had to deal with. And we take that very serious. And what measures, I didn't see any tip certification, and we, as a board, would like to see everyone tip certified, and not on an online program, but an in-classroom program. And that's something that I believe that we're gonna be, looking at in the new policy if it goes, when it goes through.
It did go
It did go through. But there was a question with either online or classroom
Yeah,
setting.
let me just clarify. So what we did recently was, we had, in essence, 3 different alcohol policies. I'm not going to bore you with all that, but what we did was we reworked our policy. We added some additional language guidelines for selectmen when we evaluate a license, very similar to in some ways, Framingham license policy, so I'm sure
Which I'm
you're very
familiar
familiar with that. One of the areas that we did change was that certification, as of January 1st, 2016, certification, either new or renewal, had to be done in either a classroom setting or having a trainer come into the establishment. We're not accepting online trainings any longer. So that's as of January 1st. Given the time of year, I would suggest, again, you have, because I don't think either you or Francisco are tip certified at this point?
I was planning to get all my crew with a class, but I paying myself a train online, and also there's one of the girls already has a
Right,
tip
okay.
certificate.
So based on our policy, obviously that's
I am.
accepted, but
Yes.
as of January 1st, 2016, renewals and new certifications will have to be done either of those 2 ways. So any new employees that you have in after that date,
Yes.
Okay, that's not a problem. We had gone over the liquor license policy that we received in July with the people in the
understood.
restaurant and the management, and had gotten her tip certified. But we had planned on having a class for all the employees in the restaurant, because it is much more beneficial.
Right.
I represent a lot of restaurants, and that's what I recommend to all my clients, because people tend to pay attention better, and actually it's more effective with teaching them what needs to be done. They have not had prior experience, but they are very conscientious people, and I expect that they'll do
Yep.
very well with the
And
license.
the town has also sponsored some they're not certification classes, but they are, I guess, alcohol license awareness classes. And we've had folks come in, a trainer, and we've had also folks from the ABCC come in to educate both the license holders and the board members as well. So, so we have those opportunities as well for education.
And the ABCC does sponsor those things themselves. And they are very helpful, and, you know, I go over those things with my clients because it's important that they not come back before the board unless it's a renewal.
Right. So this, our new policy, our last meeting actually, in September, late September is when we, I believe it was, we voted that in. So you'll be getting it, I guess our plan is to, when the renewals come up, each license holder will get the new policy in hand at that point.
Thank you.
One additional question is that, right now, you'll be looking at 5 additional employees. Does that 5 include yourself and your husband?
Yes,
Okay, so it'll be 3 additional employees plus.
Correct.
Plus you two. Okay. And you're looking at 72 tables? 72 servings, 72 places,
73 seats.
73 seats, okay. And right now you have, what, 32? So it's almost a little over, just about double,
28, I think we
28?
said before.
In the other restaurant, there was 28.
Okay. All right, so a little more than, okay.
Big expansion.
All right, and how many, I've got it. How many employees do you currently have at the current
How many
location?
employees now? She has 4 now.
You have 4 now, and you're planning to get 1 more, and you're almost tripling your size. I just hope that doesn't become overbearing on you,
Well, I mean,
especially if it's gonna be serving alcohol, and the location may draw people's attention, so I'm just a little concerned about that, that's all.
I think that moving to the new space, they're already in it, but moving to the new space and doing kind of a soft opening without, seeing what the reaction is. If they have to hire more help, which would be a good thing, I'm sure that they would hire more help to take care of that. It's, they didn't want to overburden the process until they see what the market is and how the change affects them.
Okay.
But I'm sure that Myra likes to service her customers and get them in and get them
Sure.
out, and make sure they have an enjoyable experience at the restaurant, and then she'll hire the appropriate number of people to take care of that.
My background in the things that I used to have to do, and the current issues that we've had to deal with in the past couple of years, I get very, very nervous, and I worry. I want you guys to do well. I don't want something to happen to you folks. I guess that's what I'm trying to say with respect to that. And so I just hope you safeguard yourselves in everything that you do, so that way people don't try to, pull the wool over your eyes and try to pass off on, fake IDs or whatever. Because there is equipment out there that, you can scan, licenses or whatever, and I hope you may want to think about doing something like that to, to cover yourselves and, so you have some background with respect to that. All right? I'll open it up to the board.
So just a couple of comments. Francisco is the manager listed on the application, correct?
Yes.
And he will be certified at some point?
Yes.
Prior to the
Absolutely.
restaurant opening?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I suspect we're going to have some time, given the time of year, because you're going to be starting to hit renewals, and the ABCC is not going to be out here very quickly to
Right.
inspect the premises.
Well, I would suggest, what the Chair Mignani just mentioned about about IDs. And I'm sure you're aware from your work with a variety of restaurants how that can be a very difficult situation for a server to be placed in. And I would suggest that you have a trainer come in and really educate your staff about IDs particular, because there are so many variations of IDs and how they get altered, and so I would just recommend that.
And one of the things that we try to recommend is that scanner that Jim and Mignani recommended, because they are excellent.
Right.
They pick up just about everything.
They do,
Yeah.
they really do. Yolanda?
So a couple questions. So your main focus is still food. You're just looking for the liquor license so that if people come, they can have a margarita or a beer with their meal. So I'm looking at your floor plan. You have a bar. Are you gonna advertise the bar, or it'll just be more overflow as people are waiting to get a table? Or?
It's gonna be a Mexican family restaurant
Okay,
with the option to get a margarita or a beer.
okay,
We're not gonna advertise it as a bar. We're not even gonna put a TV on or
Okay.
any like that.
okay.
I believe that people will be there for the food because people love our food. We make it with care and love, and it's homemade. Yeah, we will try to use the bar itself for people to be sitting there and eat.
Okay,
Not for people to, I don't know how, I'm sure that I'm gonna tell my customers that they're not allowed to eat, to drink
To just
without,
drink.
meals.
okay, okay. And you have this, on the floor plan, you have the 2 levels.
I do have the 2 levels. The
Are you-
second floor is gonna be for function room and private parties only.
Oh, okay, okay. So you might hire additional staff when you're doing private
Only at the
parties and stuff?
like on the weekends and stuff like that.
Okay,
And I was to say that my husband and I have been working for the restaurant business for 15 years. I was a manager for so long, and now it's almost 3 years with Mexico City. And we do care about our customers, and we care about our community. And I'm pretty sure that we're gonna do care our employees with the right, tech certifications.
okay, good. Well, it'll be nice to have another function place
Yeah.
Yes, it's gonna
with
be
some
nice.
different food
Yeah,
in town.
absolutely.
I mean, I was
Yeah.
just talking to someone yesterday, and they're like, oh, we need another restaurant. I said, well, we have good ones. So it's nice that you're expanding.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Rob?
So, good luck with your expansion, seems like, so make sure I understand, you're moving just a few sites.
On the corner.
Right
Yours.
to the corner pub area, which is formerly corner pub, a much larger area. And is there any, I thought we already issued a license for a potential site there, is that, any issues there, or? I just wanna get it, what's left in terms of full restaurant liquor licenses, and what's the status of the
Well,
previous one?
we can have Sue answer that question. She's already spoke with the folks over at the ABCC, so,
Oh, okay.
great, Sue.
Okay, what happened is you did approve a liquor license application that went into the ABCC. When it got into the ABCC, it ran into some complications and was not approved in there. So although the license came before you and you gave it your blessing, it didn't meet all the criteria, therefore that license was never issued. They are applying, in theory, for the same license. That other application is virtually dead. They don't have a lease with Mr. Capuzzi for that space, and that's one of the requirements for that license.
So what do we have left in terms of these sorts of licenses?
We still have a couple to get you an actual real number. I don't know it off the top of my head, I'd have to look it up.
But this isn't like our last one?
No,
We
it
have
is
a few
not.
left. Okay.
No.
All right.
Cal?
That was my question as well,
Okay.
so.
I had one
Good
last
luck.
question.
Go ahead, Yolanda.
Timing, when do you think you're gonna move over and opening?
We hoping very soon.
Oh, very soon, okay.
Okay. I need to hear a motion.
I move that we approve the
No,
full.
We gotta close the
I'm
hearing.
sorry.
Close the hearing first, there you go. I move that we close the hearing.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
No.
I move that we approve the liquor license as requested with the hours of Sunday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., and Friday and Saturday from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Second?
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Good
Thank
luck.
you.
Thank you very
And good
much.
luck with
Yeah.
the soft opening.
Thank you, thank you.
There's been a lot of anticipation for it, so,
Mhm. Thank you.
See
Good
ya.
luck.
good luck.
All right. We're a minute over. Mr. Greenberg, come on up. Affordable Housing Committee, request to dissolve. And to speak on that matter is Mr. Greenberg.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm not sure if you have the minutes of the Affordable Housing Committee dated September 9, but I'd be happy to read them and maybe start the discussion from there, if that's okay with the board.
Yeah, I don't have.
Great, Steve.
Good.
And thanks to the board and a motion recently, the size of the Affordable Housing Committee was reduced from 9 to 5, so we could get a quorum and get to this vote. So on September 9, there were 3 attendees, myself, Steve Hickey, and Michael Kane. We had an afternoon meeting, and the discussion was open to maintain or dissolve the Affordable Housing Committee. So a motion was made to dissolve the Affordable Housing Committee once all responsibilities and outstanding business of the committee have been absorbed into the Ashland Affordable Trust, including the appointment to the Community Preservation Act Committee of a Housing Committee member be changed to an Affordable Trust member, subject to the approval of the Selectmen and/or town meeting if necessary. So basically, we met, we felt that the functions of the Affordable Housing Committee and the trust were basically very, very similar, and thought it best to move those responsibilities over to the trust. And just want to make sure that any Housing Committee business and the appointment by the Community Preservation Act Committee to an Affordable Housing Committee member be changed to a trust member, subject to your approval.
Open up for questions, comments?
Quick question, is there any state requirement to have a Affordable Housing Committee relative to having a, the housing, town housing?
I think the only state requirement, Steve, is an affordable housing authority. Each and every community is required to have a housing authority. A committee was started many, many years ago by Mr. Galani, and they did a lot of great things, be it...
So there's no connection, though,
There's no connection to
there's
the
no
state.
requirement that we have
No,
a
there's
Affordable
no-
Housing Committee relative to the authority?
Correct, and there was no requirement to have a trust. Trust was set up by the state, and it was
Okay.
started at, or not started, but approved at town meeting, but no requirement.
Cal?
When we had this discussion before, did we discuss whether we should run the legal ramifications past town council? I can't remember that or not. If there, for instance, would the articles of the trust have to be amended to afford them the ability to do anything that was specific to the committee?
I don't know if we did that, to be very honest with you, Cal. Did we talk with Ms. Mead about?
No, I don't recall that, but.
You don't
no.
recall if
I don't think we did,
I
Carl.
don't think we
think we
asked
did,
that.
no.
I don't think
Yeah.
we
Do you
requested that.
think, well then, I'll ask it now, do you think that it's something that we should?
Well, I think they're, I think they're separate, right? I mean, even though there's people that sit on both, I mean, the folks on the Affordable
Well, they are
Housing Trust-
separate, I just don't know if there are responsibilities of the committee that, before we give those responsibilities to the trust, that the trust bylaws be expanded to handle those situations.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not intimately familiar with.
I think
you know,
the only
Affordable
responsibility would be
Committee.
as membership of the Community Preservation Act Committee, and I think that's up to the Board of Selectmen to make those appointments. So I don't think it's a legality, I think it's not a whim, but it's up to the Selectmen who gets appointed to the CP.
So you have a vote of the committee to dissolve.
The vote was unanimous.
So you
Subject-
obviously have no meeting scheduled at this point.
There's no meeting
so-
scheduled. If you, as a board, approve the dissolution at tonight or some other point, then we don't meet again. If you don't approve it, then we'll try and meet.
So I just want to do a quick check on Carl's question. I don't see an Affordable Housing Committee you don't have a bylaw or anything,
No,
right?
we have a mission statement that we created
No.
ourselves.
I don't think it would hurt, though, to just run it by
No, I
town
just took
council,
it.
and then, maybe we just,
No, I meant the Affordable Housing Trust, because aren't you trying to mold the committee into the trust?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess your
But the
question
trust
was
isn't
any
changing.
responsibilities of the committee. So I mean, what I'm trying to do is find out, is there something where it's written down on what the responsibilities?
With the
of the-
responsibilities of the committee be
Basically.
allowable under the bylaws of the trust.
If I could offer some history, if that helps. At one point, there was no Affordable Housing Committee member of CPA. And the Board of Selectmen changed that so that not only a member from the Housing Authority, but a member from the Affordable Housing Committee would then be a member of the Community Preservation Act. So it was this board's responsibility or desire to do that. So if history were to repeat itself, and it certainly makes sense to check with legal, but it would be up to the Board of Selectmen, in my opinion, whether or not they wanted a member from the trust to be a member of the Community Preservation Act Committee, not the trust, or not the, it's not up to the trust or the Affordable Housing Committee to make that decision. It's up to the Board of Selectmen.
So you're not really, and correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, you're not really asking to roll the committee into the trust. You're looking to dissolve the committee and just have a trust.
Correct.
Okay, then there would be no need for what I asked for. Sorry.
Well,
That's okay.
except that, are there things that the committee is doing that the trust would have to take over, or are they being simultaneously done?
Simultaneous.
Okay.
Okay, so just, let's jump to the CPC again, because I believe that the coalition requires a representation of affordable housing?
I think
Because
I think the state, when they created the Community Preservation Act, was to have specifically a member of the Housing Authority. So again, back to your original question, it's not mandated that any other committee be a member, just that, there's representation of affordable, historic, open space, and then there's a citizen at large.
And there is a committee member from the authority, correct, currently?
There is.
Yes.
So we in effect, had double coverage on,
Right, okay.
on housing.
Any more discussion? Any additional questions? Something that you folks want to vote on tonight?
I'm comfortable voting it tonight.
You comfortable with it tonight?
I am.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve the request from the Affordable Housing Committee to have it dissolve as of today. And that members, that's it. And any business that needs to be taken care of from the committee gets brought over to the Affordable Housing Trust.
And an appointment to the
An appointment to the
CPC.
CPA from the Affordable Housing Trust takes over the Affordable Housing Committee.
So the trust would, if I may, the trust would then vote to appoint a member to the.
Appoint a member to
community
the
Okay.
CPA, yes.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
So, in the interim, before, will the trust need to vote prior to any further meeting of the CPA before it has a member, or
I would think it would.
basically it's been made?
I would think it would.
So, will the trust need to meet to appoint someone? Okay.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
wanted to check.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question for anyone. The development at Robert Hill Way, that was initiated by the Affordable Housing Committee.
Correct.
So how would, is there any liability left over to the committee? And if so, how would that be impacted by what we're doing tonight?
Well, I sent Lisa the note anyway, so even though we thought we had it figured out, so I asked her to take a look at that, and I'll make sure we incorporate that in there as well.
Okay.
You're all set, sir?
I'd like to
Sure.
mention some affordable housing business, if I could.
Sure.
The Affordable Housing Trust, if I may, currently owns 179 Americas Boulevard, which is one of the condominiums built by the Fafford Companies up off of Chestnut Street. The trust recently purchased that from an individual who lived there for 5 years, and that unit is now available for sale through the trust. So if there's someone who thinks they may qualify, it's income-driven, it's credit-driven. Somebody needs to make in excess of $40,000 or more, depending on their family size. So if anyone's interested in potential purchase of that property, please let us know. And I don't want to put it on Susan, but I'm happy to give out my email address, steveg68@comcast.net. It's my personal email, so anyone who wants to express an interest in that, I'm happy to see what we could do.
And they did a nice job renovating it
They
all
did
over.
do a nice job. I was there
Very nice
today,
job.
Joe.
I was
They,
impressed.
Yeah, the carpet cleaner was there today. So,
It almost looks brand new.
it does, it does, it does.
When I was looking at the photos that you put on, I said, my God, that looks brand new.
Yeah, and just to give a little math, if I could, the individual who purchased this unit was there for about 5 years. He was single, nice young man. And in these past 5 years, you know, he did like many of us have done. He got married and had his 2 children and moved on to his single-family home. But just in the 3% that he put down, the equity he built by paying his mortgage, the savings for town taxes, the savings in condo fees, which are both dramatically reduced as compared to market rate units, not counting the tax savings from a federal standpoint where you can deduct your principal, excuse me, you can deduct your interest on your taxes, it comes to the tune of about $25,000 to their benefit after 5 years. So it's a good deal. It's a very good deal. So hopefully some existing Ashland resident or someone from out of town who will then become an Ashland resident can take advantage of this program. And so it's out there if anybody wants it.
Single town employees, too.
Single town employees, married town
Married town employees,
employees.
depending upon what their,
Depending on their income.
depending on their income.
Right, income and credit. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Steve.
Well, Steve, I had a question.
Sure.
What, and maybe for you or just general, what's going on at the Simpson property? Is the Affordable Housing Trust doing
the-
something there, or?
GLM was retained to do a wetlands survey, and one of the issues, I think, was the intermittent stream. But they're supposed to be getting together with conservation in their future. I know they had vehicles out there a couple of weeks ago. So Joyce promised August, so which means probably November.
So just a little background.
Michael can back me up on that.
So is this something that it's been, so the Simpson property is, have we made a formal, is there like a
Formal
Plan?
decision as to what's gonna happen with that property?
Yeah.
The,
I guess that's
the
my-
most recent decision was that we're gonna do a wetland survey, so that we knew what we had. And then, I think, you know, the Simpson property was bought with, open space, well, it was bought with CPA funds, open space funds, and affordable funds, so it has to fall within those 2 realms.
So we have some kind of process we're undergoing as to trying to make that decision, I suppose, or that, what to,
As to
how
what's
to
gonna
do
happen with
yeah.
it? And what's gonna,
So, okay. Interesting.
We'll see where the flags go.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Steve?
Okay. Seeing that we don't have the 7:55 meeting, and we don't
Oh,
have
so
any...
we're not doing that? Okay.
No. No.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you that.
that's okay.
And so we can go right down to old and new business. And let's see. Tracking of Board of Selectmen projects, issues, and old business. Who would like to start?
Yikes. We got a list.
That would be letter B under old and new, number 7.
We don't have anything in our packets for that,
Oh, you
right?
don't? No, no.
No back.
No, there's no package
There's
in
no
that.
oh, okay.
No. So,
Isn't this kind of related to the meeting we're going, the
well, the
workshop? and
workshop that we're
review for the
working on?
workshop?
Yeah.
Well, yes and no. I think one of the areas, you know, I've had conversations with Tony, I know Carl's had conversations with Tony, is just how do we keep track of all the issues, discussions, action items that we have that come before us. And, you know, there's a variety of ways to do it. You know, part of, I think, our responsibility as board members is to keep track of what we want to keep track of
Yeah.
ourselves. Although I do think that there's certain things that we should anticipate or expect updates on a regular basis. You know, we have a development matrix that is online. That's something, I'm not sure how often that gets updated. Monthly, but I think we should, as a board, publicly have a update of that and have a public discussion regarding that. I think we should be getting legal updates, you know, on a regular basis as well. You know, some of that might be protected under executive session, but I would think a lot of it is not. So those kinds of things, I think there's areas like that. And I think, Carl, you had some other concerns relative to keeping track as well?
Well, I think it may be more specific to the junior members of the board than the senior members, because there were action items ongoing when Rob and I came onto the board that we, you know, have been trying to get caught up on, but some that we didn't know even existed because they've been dormant for a while. And for me personally, it's a challenge to stay current on all the issues that the board plays a role in. And so it's been sometimes awkward for me to interact with people at the market or at the store or anything with regard to issues that I feel like I should know more about or I should know something about. And so Tony and I spoke about this, and Steve and I did, and we thought that was a good idea to come up with something that was efficient and not overly time-consuming, but would still keep us updated, because some of these things tend to linger. You know, that we're going to get back to them, and then something else comes up, and we don't get back to them. And Simpson property, for instance, is a good example. It's not specific to the Board of Selectmen, but it's nice if the board can speak to what was ongoing there, at least in general terms. I agree that there are some legal issues that we can only comment on to a certain degree because of executive session. But with regard to developments, I think it's important. With regard to issues that have been raised specifically in our plan to implement our vision statement, it would be good. And then this is not all coming from the administration to the board, but to the board to the administration as well. I mean, it's a two-way conversation, and which makes it a full conversation if we can then pass that information on effectively to the residents of the town, so that they're as up to date as possible in attending these meetings or a town meeting, wherever it is that they have to that they have a say into this.
Steve?
I was going to just add on, I think what we should be also anticipate or expecting is to get back to committee updates and have committees come before us and update on their status, their work, and so on. And I'll use the Simpson property again as an example. We have a CR working group. We've not heard an update from them in quite a while. I don't think we ever did.
Probably not. No.
So I think those are the things we should be scheduling as well, get back to scheduling on a regular basis.
If I may, Steve, one of the things I can tell you is that the Charter Review Committee is in the process of doing that right now with a survey. And trying to get committee members to come to one of the meetings so we can sit down and talk with them individually is very difficult. I mean, we've had to cancel 2 meetings so far because the scheduling of getting people to come from different committees, and it doesn't have to be the entire committee, it can be a representative of the committee after they have the general discussion, and then they can come to us to talk about what they feel that may be an issue with respect to a charter issue, or if they think there isn't an issue. But we want to hear from everybody, and I know that Roberta has sent out numerous emails and requests, and it's very difficult to, it's challenging, let's put it this way, it's challenging to get people to find the time to come in to sit down with us as a charter review. And we did start this, and when Yolanda,
This past spring, we
Right.
had a
And-
list of committees that would come in, and we,
Right.
you know, Susan reached out, and we said, okay, here's 2 dates, pick a date, and we
Right.
had, I mean, probably 6 or 8 committees come
Right.
before us and give updates.
So, I
So
mean,
we
we can
could
start that
reinitiate
again,
that.
we can initiate that again, and that's fine, I don't have a problem doing that. I mean, I'm not even gonna tend to even to look over to Susan to see if she can reach out to those people again, but.
Well, it might, it might be a good idea if the committees would voluntarily reach out to the board. I know that sometimes you guys got sick of seeing me standing there talking about the stewardship committee, but I thought it was really our role to do so. And that way, it takes the burden off the board to reach out to the committees, and then the board would only have to reach out to committees that they hadn't heard from for a while.
Right. Well,
But maybe there could be some memo sent out to chairs to encourage them to come voluntarily, either as an agenda item or in citizens' participation.
I like the idea of having it as an agenda item, just so that we know who's coming, and they, we can, if there's any questions or if there's any issues, if we know a particular board is coming, we
We
can
can
sort of say,
extend the
yeah,
time
we
too.
can,
We can
yeah.
extend the time where citizen participation is only 15 minutes. We may get into a very, complicated conversation, and then we'd have to stop it, and that really is not beneficial in it at all.
The other thing we've done before, we haven't done for a while, is a financial update, as the quarter wraps up or middle of the quarter, we get an update as to where we are with our budget, how did we end up with last year? I know we've been talking a little bit about free cash, but where were we budget to actuals? Where are we now? We're now into October, so our first quarter is done. Hopefully numbers will be wrapping up so we can get a financial update where we are.
Well, I can tell you
That's
that I
something
know
we've
that
talked about.
Tony and Michael have been working on that, and it won't be till the end of the month, possibly.
For free
For
cash.
free cash, anyway, to get a figure of that, so
So-
that also helps for that as well. Yep, we
Okay.
can do that as well. Stephen?
No, I guess we just need to, I think, hear from Tony and Michael as far as, what their thoughts are about this and, relative to, the workload and our expectation. And again, I don't expect either Tony or Michael to manage my list of things to keep track of, but again, there's certain items that I don't have all the information, none of us do, so, just some insight from your perspective?
Yeah, I think the more we can make it a collective thing for the entire board, I think obviously you're 5 individuals and have different ways of communicating with us differently and perhaps different focus areas, so, I think it's just trying to manage, the types of information that you're all looking for and how best to, to provide that, given there's lots going on, right? So, and arguably, we're all, subject to getting a question answer that we don't know the answer to. So if we can cull it down to what are the important things that you want to be kept up to speed on for those, because, I get calls and I'll say, well, I'll have to get back, I need to check with DPW or whatever, just because there's just so much going on. But, so I think it's really putting some definition to that, and then maybe perhaps that's something we work on at either a future meeting or workshop to actually put some bounds around that, so that it's something we can do that meets everybody's expectations and provides a level of baseline knowledge on certain things, whether it's development-wise, whether it's road work-wise, and we can incorporate it into, our meetings tend to, a lot of times can get, different times they can get very long, but if we can figure out what those are, and we can provide those, we meet every 2 weeks, so, a lot of that information, if we figure out what they are, we can work those into the agenda to provide those updates that way as well. So it's just trying to figure out what format you're looking for, how often you want it updated, and what are the, particular subject areas that are, that are relevant to all of you, so, that'd be my comment. But
I did mention to Lisa this afternoon, when I was in the office, that, a legal update would be, we're just about ready for a new legal update to see where we stand. And she said, not a problem, so I'm sure she'll start working on that, so. Because there's a lot of things going on, so.
Well, there are a lot of things going on, and Tony's right that there are certain things that are specific to maybe some board members than others, but they all affect us eventually. I think the thing that sticks out to me is this lingering of the CRs at Warren Woods that have gone on for 2 or 3 years, and that sometimes seems to have been lost. And there seems to be some kind of light at the end of the tunnel finally with that. But it's been, sometimes there hasn't been a light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe we couldn't even find the tunnel. so issues like that, I guess, it's nice that it doesn't have to be too specific, just has anyone spoken to anyone else about this?
A lot of
Well, those are
that,
the kind of things I think for a tracker, right? I mean, we still have the McGill thing hanging out there, to be resolved, so it's just, if we can figure out what those action items are, so the board obviously is involved in the CRs, that should be on there, the McGill project should be on there, there may be some other ones that should be on there too, and, with technology today, we can share that so that as it's updated, you can go in when you feel the need to, just like the development matrix is online, it's updated monthly. Now, we may not, or you may not wanna necessarily see it here, but perhaps quarterly, but as you saw, there's a lot of projects on
Yeah,
there.
there's
So
a lot
tonight it's
going on.
really about just giving you, sort of a flavor of what it looks like, but, there may be specific projects on there that are bigger than others that you want really to maybe get more information on or have a better understanding of versus, somebody that's, putting an addition on their house or something that's, fairly small.
so to get back to Yolanda and Rob's suggestion about a financial update, would it be better to hold off on that till after town meeting? Will you have all the figures, a better handle on everything?
The second meeting in
Yes.
November?
Yeah.
That would probably be appropriate, so we'll have the tax classification hearing, we'll open that up on the 4th. Not necessarily sure we'll be able to finalize it on the 4th, but by the second meeting in November, we should have, our free cash number for sure, we'll know our tax rate, what kind of impact that's gonna have. We'll certainly have FY15 obviously closed out and stuff if we've got our free cash figure. And then we'll also have some of the residual invoices and everything from first quarter FY16 in. And, that would be, I think what we've done before is, just provide almost like a Munis printout of year-to-date budget. The other thing, just to kind of piggyback on what Tony was talking about in terms of, just some of the projects and keeping up with things is, we're trying to push a lot of stuff online too as well. And so, we have, the co-urbanized platform, which certainly doesn't include all development projects, but, it certainly contains a lot of information as well. As we move towards that visual budget program, that's gonna provide a new level of information. We have our audits online now, and it's not necessarily to put the onus on the board to look at that stuff, but maybe if you do have a chance to look at it, it could help focus questions that you have of us and information that we can provide.
What's the timing on the visual budget?
So, we originally wanted to have at least in our working copy, not necessarily public, in September. So they got a little bit behind. What they need to do is they need to understand, when Brittany sends our financial information over there in a format, and then the person at Visual Gov needs to take that and then, translate that into their method of actually displaying it. So we can go on now and see some of the basic stuff, although all of our data's not there yet. So I would hope by the first of the year, we should be, I would expect we should be ready to go live.
And long-term, is it something that we'll be able to maintain, or will we always have to use them to maintain it?
Well, we signed up to have them provide some ongoing support, but for the most part, we'll be able to keep it going.
Okay, good.
Right.
Yeah, 'cause- Okay.
Kyle, questions? Rob?
So, just so I understand, so we talked about, are we gonna follow up at the workshop about how the
I would
format
think
of this?
that's the
Okay.
whole idea of what we wanna do.
So,
And I can start building something, so if I get, for some of those bigger things, like the CRs, other things, whether it's the McGill dedication project, if there's other ones that, the board needs to act on that are that we need to track, I can start to build that. So if you think of what those might be, if you send it to me, I can start.
Yeah, I
to-
can send you a list. Yeah.
Start to place them into a Smartsheet format, and,
Yeah.
that may be helpful.
and
And
so-
again, that can be shared, so you can always go in and check.
all right. Yeah, I was just, just even if it's a list of like what's been happening this week, or what are the big things going on, so.
That's
mean,
one
if
of
it
the
gets-
things I'm trying to, I hate to say avoid, but those become very time consuming,
Yeah.
because
So
literally
you
we have
wanna
to-
integrate it into your kind of project list, is what you're suggesting?
It's better than sitting down and trying to, create a written
Something
activity
separate.
report every week,
Right.
given the amount of.
I guess from your point of view, if there's something that's really taken up your attention, you're spending time on it, then I think that would be something we'd wanna hear about on the list, you know, there's something that's going on.
Right.
Also, just, if you have questions, if you have issues, and I'm sure you guys are doing this, pick up the phone or, schedule a half an hour with Tony and say, okay, can we go over a couple things? That way, that's how I stay up to date, is that, I spend time with Tony and we talk about things, and I know for myself, as I'm sitting there, usually more things come up, because I'm like, oh yeah, this makes me think about something else, so that's very helpful as well.
It may seem counterintuitive to say I prefer the personal interaction with all of you, and it may actually be a little bit more time, but I think there's a lot more value to that, because, a lot of times if you send something out written, it takes time to do that, but you may not even be answering, a number of the questions, and then you get more questions about it, versus if we have a 15 or 20-minute conversation, whether it's in person or on the phone, we can kind of work through those, so it's not a back and forth thing that tends to be, actually in the long run, be more time consuming. So that's, I prefer the personal interaction to the max extent possible. I think it's
Well,
healthy.
so do I,
Yeah.
but sometimes scheduling is tough,
It is, yeah.
And I think there's something, well, if you think this project list is gonna be a useful tool, it sounds like you're doing it anyway. Is that
Well, I have
right?
my
Or-
own project list,
That's
right.
that's long and
So we
distinguished,
could do
yeah.
something that, I mean, I personally, I think if you're involved with something or something's going on, then I'd like to know about it. I mean, that's, without, like, I could call and say, hey, so what's happening? What do you work, I mean, but if you had some kind of ongoing kind of list or project or, smart sheet, that would
Right.
probably be.
Or if there's something in particular, a particular board member wants to be, kept up to speed
Sure.
on, I can do those, sort of individual things. But, when you do activity reports, sometimes you're kind of guessing, right? And it may be what I found, because I've been on the receiving end of those, and I've also been on the tasking end of those. And when I was on the tasking end, I quickly actually stopped doing them, because, in interactive staff, the value added it ended up not being what I thought it was gonna be. Because sometimes you're just hunting and pecking. I may be, spend an hour doing a report, and you go, well, that's great, but that's really not what I'm interested in, So those tend to be a little bit more,
Sure.
really hit and miss, and they are time consuming to sit down and try to write, but.
Well, they are, and not to belabor the point, but a couple of issues that have come up since we've been on the board that we kind of got involved in late in the game were the solar arrays and the rail transit district. And it's been a challenge to get caught up on those things, just because the volume of paperwork that we've had to
Sure,
read
the
through to get
complexity.
caught up on, and then make a reasonable decision in a relatively short period of time. So those are the type of things, at least from my perspective, when we have a relatively short period of time to review a relatively complicated set of documents. And sometimes by the time we read them, changes have occurred
Sure.
because you're in negotiation constantly, so.
Right, that's true.
We good?
Good.
If you have those
Okay.
sent to me, I'll start to build something, at least in some of my project stuff, I know are
Okay.
things the board's probably gonna
Yep.
wanna
Sounds
know
good.
about.
So we'll be getting a bunch of emails.
I'm gonna share my smart sheet with you all.
I was gonna say, I think start by sharing how you track your things, because I know
Yeah.
that helps me seeing what you're working on anyway.
Sure. Well, that's true, that's a good point, yeah.
What, what your list and what you have focus on has always helped me.
I think that's kind of,
Okay.
And if anybody has any questions, then they can call you, or
Right.
come down and see you, because
Right.
you like the
Sure.
personal touch. Okay, good evening, gentlemen.
Evening, how are you?
I'm well, how are you?
Evening?
All right, moving right along. Discussion, continued discussion surrounding Chestnut Street parking around the Ashland State Park. Near and dear around. I went for a field trip this past couple of days, and I took a ride to Framingham Callahan State Park, and I was looking at the different things that are available. And what I did find, and what I noticed, that I never saw before when I go down, heading towards Wayland, whatever, doing that little ride, they're all guardrails and they say no parking. Hopkinton State Park, the same way, no parking. We're the only town around here that doesn't do that. And everybody has access to it, and it's gonna take probably a month of Sundays to re-educate people that, you know, there's a location where you can go for Ashland State Park. There's an entryway, and there's a parking lot that if you choose not to go into the park with your vehicle, you can park at the community center and walk. It's re-educating a bunch of people that for over the last 10 years or so, especially when the park was closed, utilize it as a personal dog park. And I can tell you that I had a parent whose child is on the cross-country team approach me and said, "This is atrocious." A lot of the teams that have to come to Ashland, they use that specific area to run cross-country, are very upset with the fact that their kids have to run through minefields. And you know what I'm referring to get to the destination as part of the cross-country path that they use through the park. And I think we have to re-educate some of the people, not only in Ashland, but people that come out of town and let their dogs just run freely and do what they want to do without picking up after themselves. That's my personal view on it. I think that we need to put the signs up. I think we need to put the guardrails up like other towns have around their parks. And we're hurting ourselves by not doing that, because any monies that are generated coming into the park can help maintain it staying open. Or they can shut it down again, and it'll become the disaster it once was. Even though they put several millions of dollars into it, it looked great. But if people don't utilize it the way they should be utilizing it, it's going to end up being what it was. That's my personal view, folks. Steve?
No, I'll defer to the rest of the board at this point.
I feel, Joe, I was the one that raised this issue initially. I think it's a multifaceted issue. I think that we've spoken to both issues in previous meetings, that at least the issue on Chestnut Street, which we're specifically speaking to here, but it's an issue not only on Chestnut Street, it's an issue on Spring Street, and it may be an issue in other parts of town. If we had this issue at the town forest and there were 18 cars parked along Winter Street, you know darn well we wouldn't even be having this discussion. The signs would already be up there. But for some reason, because it's the state park, it's different. And I think you hit the nail on the head. It's because it's habit. People have been allowed to do it, so they've continued to do it. It's an issue on Chestnut Street. I don't drive down Spring Street a lot, but I've had an enormous amount of people that do drive through there and have watched the hearings here and say to me, "What about Spring Street?" Well, I say the same thing. What about Spring Street? We should do something there as well. So it's a safety issue. I will tell you, and I've said this before, that it's a public safety issue with traffic on Chestnut Street. And I had an experience this weekend where we almost were in a 4-car, 1-truck accident because someone backed out of that area at the corner of Chestnut Street and Rose Bay Drive, the state park, without looking, and then stopped. And if everyone, we talked about recorded accidents. There was no recorded accident there, but we could have all been killed if the person other than the person backing out weren't good drivers. So there's that issue, and that's probably the most important issue. But a secondary issue is the condition, and I think that this is something that we can agree on as an entire town, is the condition of our state park. If Stone Park was in the condition of our state park, it would be condemned. It's embarrassing. It's that we have the worst kept state park in the state park system, to the point where they've given up trying to take care of it because they don't get any cooperation. I've spoken to people at several levels at DCR about this issue, and they would be, and the town has played a certain role in it, in enabling this parking thing, and with regard to its stormwater management and other issues. So it's a broad issue that could be addressed with subsequent plans of how the town, through the Board of Selectmen, but also through the Conservation Commission and the state, could collaborate in repairing parts of the state park. And that doesn't mean not allowing people into the state park. It means having some kind of rules and regulations of where people can be in the state park while other parts of the state park are healing. In the past, this board has dealt with issues of playing fields needing rest. The state park needs rest. The corner of that state park where the waterfalls are near the dam is, and we put together a PowerPoint presentation that we decided not to show, but we could show if we needed to. It is an embarrassment. There's no understory. There's all kinds of invasive plants now growing in the water because that side of the park is so compacted and so devoid of plants that everything that runs off, every time it rains, it all runs down the hill and directly into the reservoir. So the water's polluted, the land is polluted, the woods literally stinks on that part of the lake. And it's embarrassment. I think that we all love the state park, and I think we all would love to see the state park make a comeback. And I think that that would be this not allowing an access to the back of the state park. And I'm not saying not allowing access to the state park. I'm saying from that point is a small step in remedying this issue, both from a public safety issue and from an ecological perspective with regard to the state park.
Thank you, Cal. Rob, any comments?
So I think that, I certainly understand Carl's concerns, and I agree with them to a great degree. I do think we should also acknowledge that it's really a good thing that people are able to use our state park. Whether we always approve of how they do it, it's a good benefit for our quality of life here in Ashland. And so, I agree that we need to be wise stewards of it. I'm agreeable to, taking measures to end that parking in that particular area. But I think we also, it was a couple things, like we should communicate to people how they can use the park. And I don't think it should always be that they go to the entrance and pay an entrance fee, that we allow, our at least be supportive of alternative ways of accessing the park. Some of us are lucky enough to live near it and can get there on foot or whatever, but that's not always true. So I think we should be, at least supportive of other means of safe, reasonable means of access, such as, whether it's the boat landing or the conference center and things like that, and keep that in mind. I think also following up on Carl's point about really land management and some of the, overuse, it's overuse, and there's some other issues too, which the town has been involved in, that, the wastewater, the runoff, the street runoff, and the overuse, that we try to be proactive on that as well. And I would like to see some representatives of DCR in here, to meet with them about these kinds of issues, and also how they can manage the park and maybe facilitate, people using it on a basis that is both convenient, but also, in line with good stewardship. And, on the dog issue, it's great to have a place that people can take their dogs, but it needs to be, managed properly. And, we should try to get to Carl's point about, how the DCR is feeling, or how the state of the park. We should bring them in here and have some dialogue with them as the board, and what they're willing to do. But so I understand these issues. I'm willing to be supportive of, reducing this kind of access because of, potential safety issues, but also you could see the overuse and, needs some management there. So, but those would be my concerns, that we give people notice, we be supportive of access to the park, we look at alternatives, and we bring in DCR to talk to them about these issues as well. So.
Alana?
Well, a couple things come to mind, and I brought this up when we had our workshop in regards to if we're gonna make a change there, and my feeling is we need to have a plan. We need to say, when are we gonna do it? We need to notify people. We need to know what it's gonna cost. We got this, estimate for guardrails. I'd like to know, is it in our plan? If that is not in our plan, what other things are not going to get done if we're gonna do guardrails there? So that's part of it. I also think, in part of the implementation, Northeastern has not said anything. They allow people to walk there to go there with their dogs off leash. Having been a previous dog owner, I enjoyed that. I also know people go to other towns where there are official dog parks. So I would say, okay, we have other areas of open space. If we don't feel this is the right place, can we look for some place in town that we can create a real dog park for people to go to take their dogs off leash? Because there are people who come from other towns to come to Ashland to go to the dog park that we know is not an official dog park. So they're coming into our town to do things. They're probably stopping at a Dunkin' Donuts, or they're going someplace for lunch afterwards. So if we're gonna take this amenity away, not that it's not really our amenity because it's Northeastern's property and it's the state park, I'd like us to see what we can plan to replace it, to give people another option. I agree, it's not appropriate for people to walk their dogs and not pick up after them. That's been something I've always said. Just walking down the sidewalk in Ashland, you see people who don't pick up after their dogs. But it's another thing is, do we put something in place to enforce that? I mean, I don't know if you've ever been to Europe, but they have a lot of dogs. But they're required, I'm not saying we need to do this, but they are required to walk around with 2 bags. Like if you have a dog and you don't have at least 2 bags with you as you're walking your dog in a city, at least in Belgium, you will get a ticket.
They have that in towns in Massachusetts, actually.
So it's like, maybe that's part of it. And then the next thing is just enforcement, right? It's 2-hour parking. Do we check if they've been there for 2 hours? Do they get a ticket if they've been there for more than 2 hours? People talk about Spring Street. It says no parking on Spring Street. Does anyone ever get a ticket for parking where it says no parking? And, it comes down to the enforcement of it as well. So for me, I see where it's going and I understand that, but I want to have a plan as to how we're going to implement the change. What is it going to cost if we're going to put up guardrails, and what are we not going to do because of that? I want to find an alternative for the dog walkers so that they can still be welcomed to Ashland with some kind of dog park. And then we need to look at, if we're going to do something, we need to look at enforcement, but it needs to be enforcement regarding our street signs everywhere in town.
Steve, just give me a second on that. I just want to comment on what you just said with respect to people come to town to walk their dogs. Well, that's wonderful. We don't have a dog park. We have a state park. That's not even our property, and you mentioned that.
Right.
So again, I go back to, people have to be re-educated to understand
Right.
that is not a park for dogs to go and freelance whatever they want to do. It's a state park for people to enjoy themselves and not have to watch where they have to step because people are disrespectful because they don't care about the other person that's going to use the property. That's a concern that I have.
It's an education, right? It has
Right.
become knowledge. I mean, you talk to people and they say, I'm gonna go to the dog park in Ashland, and you go, what dog park?
Right.
And they say, well, the one over there by the tennis courts where I can go and take my dog off leash. People, it might not be official, it might not be, but it's the habit. Go over there any day, especially during the summer and the fall.
No,
And
but
you
I
see,
understand.
but it's also then education, right? You need to
Right.
pick up after your dog, but it also then goes to enforcement.
Steve?
So, to me, this is kind of an apples and oranges conversation here, because we're talking about, controlling what we own, which is the access to the state park along these 2 cutouts on Chestnut Street, versus what we don't own, which is Northeastern property. We don't control that. Shame on Northeastern for not controlling what they owned and what they own and so on. But that is the reality of it. I think if we're talking about public safety relative to Chestnut Street, then let's address that. And let's address it by considering the placement of signs and the request that, since we are making a focus on that section, that we ask our public safety officials to monitor that. And I think that's, to me, the answer for this particular situation. And then we agree that Spring Street is a problem as well, and we do the same thing there. And And then we get into the larger conversation about other key areas in town, other areas that we think need to be addressed and need to be better enforced. I mean, I think that really has to, I'm not convinced that we need guardrails at this point in time there to incur that cost. I think, my opinion, we start with signs, we start with a request to enforce. I do agree with Rob's relative to the state park in the area that we control, which is that those cutouts and then the runoff that occurs in that section. I agree with Rob that we have somebody from DCR and start a dialogue and how we can best work together. But, as far as the tennis courts or the dog park, the supposed dog park, that we don't own that. That's not our property. That's shame on Northeastern for not maintaining that. I think, as far as the boat landing goes, as far as access to the state park, there's the boat landing as Rob recommended or suggested. That's access. It doesn't cost you anything to go there and park. Granted, there's a limited number of spots, but
And it has its own
that's,
issues as
but
well.
that's what,
Right.
that's what it is.
That comes to enforcement.
And then, of course, there's the entrance to the state park. It's pretty simple, I think. So I don't think our conversation has anything to do with Northeastern's property, has nothing to do with a dog park at this point in time. We can discuss a dog park, the viability of that. I've been to dog parks. I'm not a big fan of dog parks. I think there's plenty of opportunities to walk dogs on leash. There are opportunities to go to the trustees of reservations, have properties where they allow dogs to be off leash and so on. So there's many opportunities for that, for people to explore. But, that's another conversation. I think let's stick to what I think is the issue, which is public safety on that stretch of Chestnut Street.
Tony, do we have,
To,
go ahead, Kyle.
To Yolanda's point about the guardrails, that is something that we did bring up previously.
We did.
And I did some research prior to getting this, and it's prohibitively expensive to start with that. I think currently, there are 2 signs that are back against the stone wall, which are actually in state park property. They're not in town property. And the rest of the signs, as Tony brought up at one of the previous meetings, are all over trees that are also in the state park. I think the 2 signs, well, this would be a good place to start anyway. The 2 signs that are on posts that are against the stone wall could be moved out so that they are at the edge of where the town owns, where the state owns. And we may need a 3rd. And then we may need a couple down on the corner to start with. And then coupled with enforcement, see if that works. That's short money, a short issue. Whether we'll have issues, there may be a little bit of a transition. I think if the enforcement is kept up, that will take care of itself. If not, we can consider what Plan B is. But given the cost of the guardrails, the reason that guardrails were brought up is because they're already in existence in certain places there. But it would, I agree with you, Steve, that it would be at least my choice of last resort if we couldn't do this some other way.
Yeah, I do think that, we'll be able to control our area. I think what will happen is that people that would normally park at those cutouts are just gonna move on down the street to the tennis courts, park there, and go about their business that way. But again, not our property, shame on Northeastern.
Well, and you've raised an interesting point that I've had feedback from people that have been watching our meetings that fear that if they can't park on Chestnut Street, they'll park on Warren Road or Rosebay Drive or Locker Road. So we're going to have to enforce it across the board. If Northeastern continues to allow people to park there, then they can park there. Or they can park places that parking is allowable. But it doesn't mean moving from Chestnut Street to Rosebay Drive or Chestnut Street to Warren Road or any of these side roads that we're having continual problems with at every meeting. We hear it here, you hear it at the planning board, you hear it at the Conservation Commission, even though it's non-jurisdictional, of busy traffic on secondary roads, and it's only exacerbated by people parking on those roads.
So is there any action you want to take tonight?
I would like to take a vote tonight, at least on that spot, and vote to change the parking from 2-hour parking to no parking. And once we find, and we've had Mr. Manoogian with certain signs of various types, whether it list a fine or whatever, or just say tow zone, whatever we could agree on eventually, that we would eventually put into place there. But I would like to take that vote tonight, and then I would like to suggest that at our next retreat, that we speak in more, and I think it should be the first item, that we speak in more detail about a holistic view of enforcement of all of these issues that we're talking about, parking, but other issues with regard to our town bylaws as well.
You made mention earlier this evening that you were happy to see that the message board sign was no longer downtown. I guess my suggestion would be to go along what Yolanda was alluding to, was educating people with respect to the changes that are gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I would suggest that if we were to do something like that, that we would take that message board sign and put it right on the corner. Let people know that on a given date, these signs will be put up and they will be enforced. That's at least one, that gives people chance to be educated, be forewarned, then the signs go up, and then if they proceed to continue to park there, they're already given a fair warning.
Right, I mean, because we need to make sure that it's not, you know, to help people change their habit, if we're trying to educate them, they need to understand when it's gonna happen. They
Right.
need to say, okay, as of this date, you know, you can no longer park here, and, you know, let's find out from Dave when we can do the swap of the signs, and make, you know, as of a certain date, this will become a no parking zone.
Right.
And I think also, just to add to, I think we should post signs there saying, by order of the Board of Selectmen, effective, you know, the no parking, and this is why. I mean, maybe a little, you know, due to safety or environmental damage, you know, I mean, we need to, and have an effective date, as you're saying. I mean, I think we should be communicating with people, so we're not.
Well, there's other
Well, I think there's other
venues.
ways to communicate
Right.
why we're doing it. I
Right, you have
think
cable, you have the newspaper, she's still here.
she's still here.
And,
Right, but I think to take it, you know, we're gonna put up no parking signs.
right.
I mean, I think
But I
right
think
in
the
the
message
place.
board sign is
Yeah.
viable
Right.
because people are gonna see it, because it'll be right out in that area.
Well, and the other thing is, once we put up the no parking signs, you can put the message board sign right there,
Right.
and that way they can't
Where,
park there.
where are you proposing to put it?
Right where that large opening is, right on the corner,
Right there.
so that your
Isn't
mother.
that a
Well,
safety
I
hazard?
think there's a happy medium
Yeah,
there.
yeah, well,
But I mean, we're not outlawing Santa Claus here, you know, I mean, this is something
to
that,
some people, you never know. Yeah.
No, but if we're gonna change people's habits, you wanna give them as much information as possible to help them change their habits.
You wanna give them
If we
lead-
don't want them
I-
parking
I
there,
don't disagree with that.
which is fine,
But
then,
but I don't wanna overreact either.
No, well, I don't think you're
Say this is
overreacting by putting a
overreacting.
message board up there saying that, you know,
right.
on a certain date and time, these signs will be put up and they will be enforced. That's just giving people fair
I
warning.
think a message board might work, but
Oh, yeah,
not
I'm just thinking
necessarily
one,
that
yeah,
one.
just I think the,
The only one we have.
I would think the light one,
Not
no,
yet.
we haven't voted yet.
You-
Well, we'll make one.
I held the vote until you get back. What do you mean, make one? No, no. You know what that sign will be.
You know,
Whereas-
when and then we can change the subject, but I work a lot in the western part of the country. It's sparsely populated, and there's this one town called Cook City. I don't know if anyone's ever been to it in Montana. It's near Yellowstone National Park. And you ride in one side of Cook City, and there's a cruiser sitting there with a police officer in it. And you go down to the other end, which is about a mile and a half away, and there's another police cruiser sitting. Well, after a while, you realize that there's not really a police
Right, it's a dummy.
officer in the
It's
cruiser.
just a car.
It's just sitting there. So maybe we could try that.
Well, we have some extra cars
We've
available,
done
maybe.
that. I've seen it here in Ashland where there's been just a car
Done it a few times.
sitting on the road and
It works well.
no one there.
It's a deterrent.
Yep, that's right.
All right, so do you want to hold off on making a motion, or do you
No,
want
I
to do it
would
now?
like to make a
All right,
motion,
go
or
ahead.
someone make a motion.
Well, my only question is, again, I support no parking. I'm wondering if what we should be doing, though, is doing everything in one time. You know, deciding on a sign, the sign that we want to put there, and no parking, and then have it done. Because we're gonna come back again and talk about the type of sign. So can we defer to the next meeting only to get all that done at one time?
Well, from my perspective, this is a relatively minor issue that we've now brought up onto the agenda 4 times to discuss.
Well, we're gonna bring it up again anyway, because
Well, we don't
we have to.
necessarily have to. I mean, the sign, the type of sign would take 2 seconds to discuss.
You
And there was
sure?
some in our packet,
The last meeting.
last meeting. We saw, I mean, we
Yeah.
didn't discuss them, but
Right, Dave provided
Yeah,
us
and-
multiple signs to take a
Right.
look at.
Well, I think we have to decide on an effective date and
Right.
how we're doing notice, so.
So, okay, considering that then, if we have, let's say, when is our next meeting?
28th.
The 28th?
Next
So, well, we've already have our
already have
agenda
things on
and
the
that's
agenda.
that, so.
well, what I think, part of it is finding out from Dave Manoogian, what would it take to take the current signs down, put the new signs up, timing-wise, and,
I would say if we made that effective, let's say December 1st, right? It'd give us time to do some pre-planning and sign decisions. That make sense to you?
is that doable, Tony? Make it December 1st and have the new signs up by December 1st?
I'll have to find out, because we don't make
Okay.
our own signs.
Okay.
So we gotta order
So
them, and so we gotta
yeah.
figure
Well,
out
we can always change the motion
what the sign, what sign we're gonna put up, what it's gonna, we talked about whether we wanna actually put the fine on there. I'm seeing more and more signs that
Say what the fine
actually
is.
indicate
Right.
what the fine
Right.
is. I think it grabs people's attention a little bit more
Okay.
directly.
So if that's agreeable, I'll make a motion that we make the area along Chestnut Street adjacent to the state park, no parking zone, to be effective December the 1st, and conditional on the signage that's determined. Make sense?
Makes sense with me. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay.
Having said that, I just get back to Yolanda's points. I think that they are valid points for another discussion, and that we should discuss
And we
them
can probably bring that up at our next meeting on the
with
28th.
regard to the park, et cetera.
And we're gonna talk about is there a set fine? Do we already have a fine
For no parking?
Or is that something we're gonna determine?
Let me I mean, obviously, the police department has certain, fines that are on their ticket book and all
Yeah.
that,
Right.
so, now whether you can make different
Usually,
signs for.
it's usually, standard is 50, but if it's a handicap, it goes to 75 to
Right.
100, so it changes depending upon what the location is.
In Hopkinton, they have a tug.
Well, Hawkins says
Subject.
no parking tow zone, it doesn't give a specific
Well,
fee
'cause it
amount.
just tows.
No, but if you get
Oh,
towed,
yeah.
it's gonna cost
It's
more.
gonna
The
cost you more
towing
than
cost.
$250, that's for sure. Plus the fee. All right. Thank you, board. All right, what's near and dear to everybody, and I think that's why everybody's here so late in the evening. BAA grant applications. All right.
Not really that late, Joe, it just seems.
It's not even 9 o'clock. I mean, come on.
It
We've been here,
seems later.
we've been here later.
Must be sound getting old.
9 o'clock.
Look at you all laughing. Put the camera into these people. All righty. How do we want to just go right down the,
I think so.
down the list? All righty, we can do that. do you want to work on the list that was just provided to us, or do you want to use your old list? Whatever's easier for you.
They're in the
Everybody-
same order,
everybody's still-
right?
Yeah, they're in the same order.
Okay.
Could I ask a question before we?
Sure.
This is the first round for me.
Mm-hmm.
Is, what's the depth of the discussion? If there's an amount requested, can we suggest that a lesser amount?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
If you feel it's
If we feel
necessary,
we don't wanna
absolutely.
be, we can't give them at all, that amount,
And
or.
then we do that at that time? is
Yes,
Yes.
as we discuss each item, we discuss the amount and whether or not we're gonna give them anything.
So also, and I think we talked about this at our last meeting, you know, just bear in mind the amount of money that we have in our bucket versus the requests that we have versus the projects that we want to fund as well, as a board, that we're interested in doing.
So I guess to follow up on that, Steve, so what, in round numbers, do we think we're dealing with here? So, you know, in terms of the list we're looking at, and folks out there I don't think have that list, but
Well,
it's close to 83,000, but
Right.
we've got,
78,000 to spend.
in requests.
In
Plus,
requests.
we don't wanna, I guess what I feel comfortable with is at least having an amount that we think we're going to award tonight or hold off
So
on
did you go
whatever.
back into the spreadsheet? Susan provided a spreadsheet with
Yeah, that's
all of,
this.
no, not that, the history,
Historical.
the
Oh.
history
No, I
of
didn't
the
do that.
grants. And it
So-
went back to 2011. And typically, and John can concur with this, we typically probably went with half of the dollars that we had available.
So that's
So
been our
roughly about,
standard.
you know, I would say about 35,000 would be, is my target for this round.
And so how are we monitoring that target? Or, you know, so
We have a
someone's gonna
calculator.
keep.
We're gonna
As we-
calculate.
As we sit and talk,
have a
I write
calculator
them
at the
down,
end of the
and
table.
then
Our
I.
financial
You're the
That's
director
what
is
I've done,
sitting.
I've done that before, so,
Sue has it on a spreadsheet, so when we put the dollar value in, she lets us know.
So Sue is gonna
Yep.
report regularly on the running
So is
balance.
there a
Absolutely.
benefit to being first on the list as opposed to last on the list?
No.
everybody's name is A.
So do we go back, like, is the
Yes,
balance?
sometimes we go
go
back.
back, wait a minute, I'll give,
Yeah.
okay.
Good answer, Susan.
Everybody's A. Everybody's Ashland, oh, yeah.
Okay, oh, you just got that? Okay, oh my goodness.
Yeah, we're the new guys.
Lord help me.
Metro West, what about
Well, they're in the end then, I guess, huh?
Should know better than that.
Okay, let's start right off with Ashland, Arts Ashland Alliance, Inc. This request is to purchase a portable PA system that will be used for various programs and activities throughout the town. And I'm sure that one of the events would probably be the, say it right, Joe, the Dragonfly. The Dragonfly Festival.
didn't
Go ahead. I
Didn't you
said-
guys purchase something already?
No,
No.
no,
That
the
was-
farmer's
that was-
market a couple years ago did,
So the farmer's market has their own.
farmer's market, yeah, the board funded the farmer's market several years ago to purchase a PA system to support the music at the market.
Okay, I'm hearing dead silence.
It's 'cause there's no PA system.
There's no PA system, that's why.
I mean, it seems like, this is, I'm presuming this amount is priced properly, and so we just gotta decide if, we're gonna have a
Mhm.
PA system for arts.
Well, there was a proposal with their grant.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought so,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, I mean, it has the information as
Pretty
to why they're asking,
straightforward.
yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Well, my opinion on this one is if part of our mission statement was to develop a cultural economy, part of the cultural economy is going to be having outdoor events, whether they're musical or otherwise.
Mhm.
Outdoor events need amplification, and having played at a lot of outdoor events that have either poor amplification or good amplification, I'm a fan of good amplification, so I would support this.
Okay. Rob?
Full
Yeah, I
amount?
think so as well.
Okay.
Okay.
So the full amount?
Yes.
Looking that we have a full amount?
Where are we
Well-
now, Susan?
After the
so, at least for now, you know.
Well, how the rest of you feel? I mean, I would support.
I'm fine with the 1,000.
Yeah.
That's.
I
yeah.
think we all are
Okay.
with respect to that. Okay. The Ashland Auxiliary Police Department, they're looking for grant funding to be used to purchase 8 rechargeable flashlights and 8 LED traffic batons.
So we have this discussion very often, that they always come back to purchase flashlights and traffic batons. I mean, do they really get that beat up that they can't use them for more than a year?
Depends upon how they're maintained. I know that their shelf life isn't that long. I went on Gall's website, which is one of the suppliers for these items. And again, I mean, I looked at the most expensive one that they had and multiplied it by 8.
Okay.
And the figure that I provided to you is the figure that is there.
Well, then I would recommend we give them 1,000, and then, you know, because they can always come back.
Anybody have an issue with that? You guys
Just my own, so the regular police have their own equipment, and these guys, nobody
Yeah.
shares equipment?
And, well, no, they don't share
Auxiliary is
because,
completely separate.
yeah, they're responsible, the full-time officers are responsible for those specific items, and it's a safety item. I mean, the guys that work at night, even guys that work in the day, believe it or not, use a flashlight, because if they have to go into a building, sometimes the buildings aren't lit during the daytime. The houses are vacant or whatever, so they have to
But-
go into a dark room, a dark
But the
building.
important thing that I learned was auxiliary is they're volunteer,
And they pay for
they're
their own.
paying for things themselves. So by us providing them funds, they can purchase them, but I feel like, you know, we see this a lot, so I would.
So is this consistent with previous requests?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's not, nothing.
Yeah,
out
it's
of
not
the ordinary.
outrageous, but I would,
No.
you know, based on the research you did, I would say go for 1,000, and if then, you know, come the spring, there's a change. And
Well, in looking at the research that I looked into it, and it's not taking anything away from the guys, $1,000 would definitely cover those units.
Yeah.
With the figure that I provided to you folks earlier. Okay. All right, Ashland Fire Department Association. This is.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
Yes,
Well,
that-
we put it at 1,000.
we put it at
as
1,000.
long as everyone's okay with that. Okay.
Okay, the Fire Department Association is looking for $2,500. The open house is the focus on fire prevention, fire safety. Staff members donate their time and community outreach, as well as the requesting is 50% of the cost to run the event,
I say yes.
and they
to-
cover the 50% through donations to the community. So, they're asking for $2,500.
And that only covers half of their cost.
That
so.
covers their half. That covers,
We actually had that event this past weekend.
it was, right,
We're
it was
very
past
well
Saturday.
attended.
Was it?
Yes,
Yeah.
it was.
Very well
Oh, that's
attended.
gonna.
Yep. So, are we good with it?
Yeah, I say full amount, I'm good with that.
Is everybody good with that?
I am.
Carl? You good? Okay, no, I just, before we say or do anything,
Sure.
move on. Okay. You got that tally, right, Sue? Okay. Ashland Garden Club is looking for 1,500. These funds will be, allow the garden club to purchase items needed for the Summer Street in-ground beds near the post office. That's a new project that they're doing, you're trying to, go ahead, sir, I know you wanna add
I
something
think
to that.
I'm inclined to actually add to this amount. I know they're only asking for $1,500. I'd like to bump it up to $2,000. We've done that in the past. They do a lot of good work around town. For them to have a few extra dollars maybe to use in some other areas around town would be, I think, a benefit to all of us.
I would like us to hold off for that, just to see where else we get.
Yeah.
I think if we get through the other things and we see we have that money, I would say yes, but at this point,
So in terms of keeping a tally, then we're agreeing at least to the
at
1,500?
least to the 1,500, yeah. And then if we,
And
at
we
the end,
can-
when we're done, we feel like we can give them another
The
500, then we
we'll
do
add
it
to
at that point, but,
Are you all in agreement with that, or do you want?
Yeah, I think these guys are great, as you all know.
yeah, they do
Yeah.
a great
Okay.
job, and it'll be really
It's
nice to get that.
Consistent with our,
Yep.
part of our plan to
That's
beautify
correct.
downtown Ashland.
Ashland Historical Commission, funding would be used to have a portion of the downtown listed as a National Historic District. And they're looking for
And then we had some
$2,000.
supplemental information, right? After.
So this, their amount is actually only partial of what I think their initial request is relative to funding a consultant for pursuing a historic district. And this is only a partial amount relative to that consultant's fee. So do we know where the balance of that money is coming from? Any idea? Is it coming from CPA?
No, I don't believe so. There was apparently a previous grant that was given to them a number of years ago, so that
Okay.
money's still sitting there, so that's my
So
understanding.
we're supplementing that, okay.
All right. Any issue with that?
I think this is potentially a very important project. Old downtown being a historic district, that's a
Yeah, it's a
big deal.
different historic district than one might think. This is not something that incorporates a bylaw and a vote of town.
This is a national,
National
National
Register.
So
Yeah.
it's
yeah,
kinda cool.
which is different. It's not a design review
Right.
bylaw change.
Mhm.
Yeah,
But it's a good first step. I think.
yeah, yeah, I'm very supportive of this, yeah, yeah, very supportive of
Okay, so we're
this.
supportive of that, so the full amount?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Ashland High School Health and Wellness Department. Now, in years past, it was decided that certain monies would not be utilized to support budgetary items. And I see a former chairman, selectman, shaking his head yes. I did some homework and I spoke with the folks that put this request in. A little disheartening that they went to the boosters and they were denied. Now, the football coach went to the boosters and requested this money from them, which is what they're supposed to utilize this money for. And I was told over the weekend, because I was asked by the board to make certain phone calls, and I
Right.
did. And to my surprise, I was told that they did ask and they were denied. And there was no explanation other than the fact they were just told no, which was not satisfactory to me, because I believe the reason why they have those booster programs is to help support these particular issues and other matters that are within the school. So,
There's some information that we did get something else back, that the Clocker Club is looking to fund other projects. But still, I think that this should either come from if it's the high school weight room for the high school teams, it should either come from the Booster Club or from
correct.
the
PTO.
athletic budget.
Yeah,
Well, that's where I was going to, and that's exactly what I said to the person who I spoke with. And they did not disagree, they actually agreed. And they said, we're just reaching out to everyone and anyone, so I'll leave it up to whatever you want to do. Again, I think it's something that,
There's not a history of this request?
no.
Well, when they set up the new
Well,
room, they came to us for
they came
funds as
to us,
well, and we
right.
gave them a little bit,
Right,
but not much, because we like, go to your Booster Club.
right,
because
which is what we did originally.
Right,
And when that building was built, when that school was built, there was a brand-new weight
There was
room,
a weight room,
exercise
yeah,
area right by
built.
as you walk into the back
Yeah.
area there. Well, that now has been changed, and now they're using a back closet area for a weight room.
Right.
Why, I don't know. I mean, they do what they have to do. That's their fiefdom. They do what they want. But I can remember when the school was being built, well, we put that particular part of that building there, so that way it was open for citizens too, if you remember correctly.
Right,
They were open for
right, it
citizens.
was gonna be open to
Oh,
that's
I
right.
don't ever remember that door ever being
No,
open for
I don't either.
citizens. So, I know the target's getting bigger on my back. I can feel it.
no, it's not, it's
But-
okay.
So I have a problem with that. There are groups within the school to pay for this, and I don't know if I'd be willing to support this at this point.
Well, maybe we can, partially support it or help. I mean, if I think what we're thinking is, I guess one thing I just have to ask, what happened to the current equipment? Is it all?
Well, one is
I'm
broke.
sure some of it's,
One,
So
one,
it's
damaged
been
at this point.
used by the students and now they need to replace it for
Correct.
the whole weight room, right?
Right, well, that's what
So
they're
it's
doing,
just
piece,
this-
they're doing piece by piece, so
So it's
next year.
just this one person trying to do it in terms of the health and wellness director?
Well, this is from their health and wellness department.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't know, I'd like to at least help it out a bit. I mean, it
Well, do you
seems
wanna
like-
give them half? You wanna give them eight
Buy a
hundred?
treadmill, what's a treadmill?
Well, why don't we buy, they've got 2 bikes at $266 each, so it's $532. We can, on behalf of the Board of Selectmen,
They're looking to buy 2 treadmills and a bike and a maintenance plan.
says here 2 bikes, 2 treadmills. I'm looking at their application here, 2 bikes, 2 treadmills. So if we give them the bikes,
Okay, I must have been amended then.
and they can work out the treadmills and the maintenance on their own.
And that comes up to 560,
It's $532 according to
532.
their application if we gave them,
round up to six,
$600.
$600.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Partial.
Okay,
I'm fine with that.
Yep.
all right, thank you.
And I would just ask Susan to, when you send out letters relative, to specify that these are for the bicycles.
I got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next request is from the Ashland High School Robotic Club. This grant funding would help defray the cost of running the program, which is estimated to be $4,400. They are currently doing fundraising, and they're seeking additional grants as well. I spoke with the robotics supervisor coordinator and over the weekend, and he was very, very knowledgeable and helpful with the fact that the kids are doing fundraising on their own. I asked him, I says, well, technically, robotics is in a field of technology, I would think, and I would think that the AEFI would be supportive of this program. And he said that he did not apply to them because in the past he was denied.
Get it, I was specifically
Yolanda-
told by someone, AEFI has funds and they're looking to give out grants.
Well, I specifically quoted, I didn't use your name,
Yeah,
but
I
I
know.
quoted you saying that
That's fine.
I was told that there were monies available. You know, and they're looking for people to apply. So you may wanna do this.
Yeah.
And this program is to help, they have a boys and girls program.
Right.
Well, this is for the new program for the girls who are now getting actively involved in this, and I think
And
it's
this
a
is their
great idea.
second year.
This
We
is their
helped them
second
out
year
last
into
year
doing
with
it. Right,
some.
they helped out as a group thing, so now, and it's taking off, as I knew it would, as we knew it would eventually.
Susan,
So-
do you have access to the spreadsheet as to what we gave them last year? Because I don't have that.
We supported them right from the very
Well,
beginning.
we've always supported
Right,
the robotics
right,
team.
and I-
Right from day
But
one.
the new girl,
Right.
the new girls team,
Correct.
Yeah, and I think it's important, you know, I mean, one of the reasons why, you know, first of all, I think it's related to STEAM and all of those, the technology issues, but I think, you know, the fact is not every kid is involved with athletics, and, you know.
oh, no,
On
I
music,
think we
these
all
are the,
agree that this is a
Right,
good
so
thing.
these are the
Artistic,
kids
right.
that, you know, again, very supportive of this.
Mhm.
So what are we thinking here? Is it, well, are there some of these, is it possible we can pass on some of these and visit them later if we get more information? Like, is this, like, is it worth having discussion with the AEFI about, there seems to be some contradiction into the funding. Or we could do a partial, or, you know. I
Right.
mean,
Right.
But you said you funded it in the past, right?
We
Yeah, but I
have
don't know if we
funded it, and
funded it
we've,
fully.
yeah, we did, we have fully funded their
The
request in the
robotics we did
past.
last year.
Yeah, now, I don't know if it was $1,500 last time, from my memory, I think it was 1,000 was the request last time, or the time, you know, the previous request have been around 1,000, so.
Yeah, this is a new startup
My
with
computer's
respect
not
to that,
liking
so.
everything I have open.
too many things.
Yeah, I've got my summary here.
Well,
If you- if you have your summary.
comment, it's a little bit unrelated, but we're talking about tracking items that get lost. Status of the quiet zone.
Yes.
The status of the quiet zone is
Yeah,
not,
we were talking about
it's,
tracking
right,
items.
but it's not quiet, I just wanna let you know.
So do you know that,
Well, it's been something we've been tracking
you're
for over
right.
10 years.
you know,
You're right.
first year of our grant program, we funded AEFI?
The first year of your grant program, you funded AEFI?
Yes, we did. We bought some carts.
Wow.
Right.
Yep.
To go from classroom to classroom.
So the robotics club, we first funded robotics in March of 2012 for $1,000. That was the first, our first. So they've only done, I think, on a yearly basis.
So what are we thinking here? I mean, do we have an issue with AEFI, or, I mean, should we just?
We don't have an issue with AEFI.
No.
Well, I mean,
No.
in terms of expecting them to be more supportive, are there some
That's
some
their-
information that we? All right, so we think this is important on our own,
We,
so-
thank you. Rob, I
Yeah.
was just gonna say that. And again, when we started this program, the whole idea was to give out to the kids. The bottom line, baseline is, but we weren't gonna be supporting or supplementing a
Ongoing
budgetary
budgets.
line item within the budgets of whatever group, wherever it would fall into. So, I don't have a problem giving them the money that needs to be done, because I know it's gonna be utilized within that particular group.
Doesn't sound like anyone else does either, so.
Yeah, and I
Okay,
think
so do you wanna
they,
just do the 1,500?
1,500, I don't
Absolutely.
have a problem
Okay.
with it.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, group. Ashland Parent Teacher Organization K through 12. This grant would allow sixth grade students to participate in the program at the Challenger Learning Center. This program will supplement the STEM curriculum. And this is just a one classroom field trip.
Well, all sixth graders,
Well, yeah, one grade
right.
as a field trip. to
So
go
I'm,
to.
I'm looking at your note here and said that they, you know, you spoke to the applicant and that she said that the school groups were asked to apply.
Yes. They were asked to apply. So I started to laugh. I said, well, K through 12 PTO group, organization, you guys are your own fundraisers. Why, you know,
I mean, to some point, there are people who, either are PTO members who use our numbers and they run. But I would think a program like this would either come from the PTO funds or the Ashland Education Foundation.
you're not gonna get an argument from me. You will not get an argument from me on this.
I mean, we say, apply for our grants, but we're getting more and more school-related submittals.
You know,
I know.
I'm sorry, when, granted, it was a long time ago, when I went on field trips when I was in the sixth grade, the parents paid for it. I don't remember ever,
Well, they
we
still do,
still
I'm
do.
sure it
So
doesn't
I'm
cover
not-
all of it,
but-
Yeah, but you also had a horse and buggy.
but this is a considerable amount of money that they're looking to defray that cost. And Carl, you may know a little bit more about the cost of the Challenger Center, what it costs to bring a group up there. I'm actually working at the community center to bring a group up there, so I know somewhat what the cost is. So I don't think doesn't seem to be outrageous, but, relative to the number of kids. But,
well, it's probably about 200 kids.
and it's probably, I'm not sure if it includes bus or whatever, but that
So
being said.
would you, well, I'm sorry,
No, I'm done.
Steve, would the board have a problem cutting that in half and giving them 1,500?
Well, or let's put it on hold, to Rob's point, let's put it on
Okay.
hold, go through the rest of our list
And see what we
and
can come
see,
up.
yeah.
All right. The Ashland Police Department is requesting funding to be used for community policing initiatives to include 2 senior citizen pasta dinners, a coffee with a cop, pal boxing program, and glow sticks for the Halloween parade and for Halloween night. They're looking for $34.98,
I thought the Halloween parade and the Halloween night was sponsored by Ashland Day,
It is.
but the police give out the glow sticks?
They give
or-
out, in addition to what we give out, they also give out glow sticks to the kids there. But then, on Halloween night, the officers that work 3 to 11 are given boxes of glow sticks with auxiliaries, and they go throughout the neighborhoods in town, and they pass out glow sticks to the kids and their parents that are out
Is
doing
that a
it.
newer thing?
They've been doing that for the last 3 years.
Okay.
Oh, no, I know, but I mean, going through the neighborhoods, this is,
No, when my kids were this high, you know, police officers come around and hand them out to the kids. The kids love
I've never seen it, but.
yeah, I'll tell, I can tell you where they got those light sticks from. They got them from Fenwall.
Okay.
They were donated.
Okay, so,
So, yeah, at the time, that's where they were donated. So, I mean, I wouldn't have a problem giving them $17.50 for this
cut
program.
it in half?
Yeah.
Where do you get the 38 cents from? That's,
Well, that's
Well, I
all the
think that's an
food, that's the
exact
food for the,
amount, right,
that's,
an exact
yeah.
amount.
I mean,
Yeah.
you've got it down to the,
that's for the pasta fees that they do for the senior citizens.
just 18.
Cost 38
No, that was, no, that was the box, 1859.38.
I thought it was coffee with a cop, but makes no difference.
Well, I think, you
That's a
know,
new initiative that they've done over the last, since Chief Davis has come on board.
I think the community policing program is a benefit, and so, but I think it's a little pricey from what I see here. I would concur with you, Joe, half the request.
$17.50.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
I am as well.
Joe, yep.
Okay, I think we'll skip to the next one. Ashland Sport, I'm only kidding. Well, we actually had the Ashland Redevelopment Authority.
Yep.
Funds will be used for curbing repair, handicap access signs, and stripe the parking lot at 125 Front Street.
Nice picture, we got color pictures.
Yes, I saw those colored pictures. You can, and when you come up, Terry, just, if you would,
Terry Hendricks, 20 Ramblewood Drive. I'm also the treasurer of the Ashland Redevelopment Authority. The proposal that we have, the real core of it, the core of the expense, is to replace a significant, about a third of the curbing, which is broken down. The real issue is the rebar is exposed. It's easy for people to trip over. It's about as ugly as things get. You know, it's probably uglier than the side of Chestnut Street there.
I thought you were gonna say me.
No. Well, no, we'll be kind. We'll do that another time.
another time, another date.
So most of the expense is to replace about a third of the curbing, which is degraded from being run over and all over the years. It is a safety issue. That's the key thing. Those curb sections are 6 feet long. They're about 20 inches high, about 6 inches wide, and about 7 inches at the bottom. They are 775 pounds apiece. It's all precast concrete, so somebody would have to come in and literally dig down, lift those up, and there's some concrete work around footing and things like that. So I do have actually a quote to do the work from a company called DeRosa Curb. They are up in Essex County, and it's, in fact, you can have this if you'd like. It's, they quoted $10,000 to just do the curb, not to patch the potholes, and there aren't that many, but potholes grow, as you know, and the signage and the striping. The striping, that's really a gallon of that parking striping paint. You can only buy it in 5-gallon pails. We use maybe 2 gallons of it, and the Department of Public Works would get 3 gallons of white striping paint. I did work with Dave Mnuchin on developing a bunch of these numbers. Some of them were just direct quotes, like I called the company that makes the paint, as an example. The signs, we already have some handicap signs, but we need to put them in the ground because every time I would drive by there, they're in a different spot or turned over. So they need to be put in the ground properly. So we need to buy a couple of posts and some stainless hardware We also need to buy a small sign that says van is accessible. Not a lot of money, it's, I don't know, $18 and change as an example, not a lot of money for that. We use what we have. We use volunteer labor to actually do the striping. But we've got a little bit of money in there to cover for some, odds and ends, create some templates and maybe some rollers and odds and ends, stuff like that. So, but the key thing is the curbing itself. We do have a local company that he basically wants to go in and replace the whole thing with granite curbing, but we'll see if he's still willing to do that, because looking at the money that would be available, and I said, well, the most you'd have would be around $5,500, because we need some money to repair. When you rip those curbs out, you're going to have to repair the asphalt some also, and of course the potholes that are there. And like I say, we'll probably have, come spring, we'll probably have a couple more there. So it's a project, again, to beautify, or actually I wouldn't say it's beautify, but bring it to a normal appearance. And, again, it's a safety issue. And it's not, to me, the safety part of it is not an option. And the other stuff, don't volunteer labor, it's small dollars, but again, the key thing is the curb. If those curbs were 100 pounds apiece, we'd be dealing with them differently, but they're not. They're in there. What you see is about a third of the whole section of a curb. The other 2/3 are in the ground. So, any questions?
In your request, Terry, it says funds for curbing, repair, and handicap access.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you spoke to any of the folks from the Boy Scouts, but Mr. Murphy has approached me and is looking for Eagle Scout projects throughout the town.
Okay.
That may be one way to resolve that issue, to make that an Eagle Scout project.
Well, the problem with the curbing, it's 700 and
No,
some
you
pounds.
said, you were referring to, we said a handicap access. No, it went in
Well, no,
detail with
actually,
it.
what you can buy is you can buy a precast ramp
Oh, okay,
and put that in there
okay,
as part of the work. And they're a couple $100 to buy those.
okay.
So, that's how we fix that on a more permanent basis.
Okay.
Mr.
Steve?
Chair, so relative to the work being accomplished, the curbing in particular.
Yep.
When would you anticipate that could be done or would be done?
Well,
And
again.
the second part of that question is, is it possible to fund this partially now and partially in the spring?
Well, the problem with doing that curbing work is you get a crew out there, you get equipment out there. So if you split it into two pieces, as an example, then your cost is going to grow. That's.
Well, I'm thinking, you've got the striping, you've got the larger potholes.
But that's the small dollars of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it's all the curb work, the heavy work, because you have to bring equipment in. There's a little bit of concrete work there, to set those in. That's the issue. It's, that's the lion's share of it.
You can't stripe until you've done the asphalt.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
the
I
striping
get-
is the
I
last
get the
thing we
point.
do.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that the curbing is not a town issue because it's privately owned by
Yeah, it's absolutely.
It certainly is an issue, as far as I'm concerned.
You see a picture of it, and
Well, I've been there a million
yeah,
times,
and
too.
you go, well, we
And I
should do
think
something about this.
that the parking for handicap, people going to the market has been an issue.
Yep.
And I'm assuming if that's an issue, that access is an issue either.
Yes.
As well, so, at least on its face, they're viable issues.
I know it's a lot of money. I know that's what you're
Can we
probably
get the
really
farmer's
debating.
market to pay for some of
They tried.
Really?
They've tried very hard.
Well, I quite honestly, we like the farmer's market a lot. It would be wonderful if they had tons of money that says, sure, here's 10 grand, go do what you want. But the reality is,
But they do pay you rent, right?
We
Correct?
do, and actually, we just, aerated and.
I noticed.
Yeah, and they haven't composted yet. I understand that that's coming, but we did provide landscaping. That's our assumed responsibility, so.
But, you know, the other part of, part of our agreement, which is a 3-year agreement, that, and I know a lot about it, and Steve does too, since we're the ones that really,
Negotiate.
put it together. But it's also created a bit of a partnership between the farmer's market and the ARA to, keep that land in decent shape, attractive. And, we've appointed 2 of our members to be part of that committee to help manage the appearance of that. And Steve's probably the other volunteer from the farmer's market, and who knows who else. But this is our part, from the ARA. We need to basically get it back to a safe and reasonable appearance.
Is there, that land was originally purchased with CPA money, correct?
Correct.
Is there possibility for part of this funding to come from CPA?
That's possible, but I don't know. I don't know that's possible, but I don't know either way.
It's part of the affordable housing money and open space money. So if it fell into either one of those categories, it's possible.
But it doesn't.
Affordable housing money, not what we're talking
No.
Right.
Well, if you looked at things broadly, you could say that the farmer's market was open space.
Well, we're looking to use that as part of the town green. And we've got some, discussion that we're going to be beginning very shortly about town green, of which that would be part. Now, that still allows the farmer's market to be there. Town green doesn't mean there's no farmer's market anymore in 125 Front Street. That's not the case at all, so. We're looking at a longer-term project to improve that whole area.
Yeah,
But this is a shorter-term need, obviously.
And I'm trying to make an argument in support of it with just
say yes.
with alternative funding.
So, Tony, on our notes here, you were gonna check with Lisa on something for this?
Yeah, not related to the grant program, but whether,
Oh.
something like this would, qualify for appropriated funds from the town. And, her reading of Mass General Law chapter, section 121B, section 18, 19, and 20. The way their project is currently presented, it would not fit that mold, so, but it would fit this mold for the BAA grants. but
From the town, from general funds or from CPA funds?
No, from town appropriated funds.
So it would be
Not
CPA
CPA.
or general? No, it would, because the town appropriates CPA funds.
Yeah, then how is that different than CPA supporting the repair of baseball fields?
That's open space.
I didn't
and
specifically
recreation.
ask her about CPA, so, I mean, I
Well, if
suppose.
this is an open space, it's not closed space, it has to be something.
Yeah, it is. It's very open, except
well,
for the
that's what I'm
fence there.
saying.
And there are no current plans to change it from, an open general public use.
It becomes a warrant article and town meeting.
Well, I guess
Forgive me, I'm in support of it, but
Yeah.
I don't know how you put curb and open space in the same sentence.
Well, there's parking there.
Parking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know I'm stretching it, Stephen, but,
Playing fields.
yeah.
So what do you,
What am I saying?
is this like, thinking about alternative sources of income for this, or revenue for this? Is that what you're?
No, I think it's something worth funding, and I'm just trying to find a way to fund it without bankrupting.
Yeah, so
what we
without
are
using,
allotted.
right, I get you, yep. Yeah.
And it seems to me that would be an arguable case. And maybe we can use that approach next time.
Yeah.
Terry, let me ask you a question. I know you've got other members out in the audience as well. And I apologize that I had to leave the room, but if we were to give you half, is that at least a start? I mean,
Well,
And it-
again,
and
it's the curb work is not something you half do. Because again, people are gonna have to bring in equipment to lift the stuff out, and dump trucks to accept it, and, so doing half of it is going to cost significantly more money. That's the problem with it. I wish I could say, all right, we can do it, a third, but realistically,
Is this something we could push off to the spring round? grant round? I mean, do you really want to do all this work before the winter, or would it make sense to, you know,
Well,
have this
part
in
of-
the
you know,
spring
part
and
of
do
the-
it then?
Well, part of the problem is, the Ashland Farmers Market has invested some money in, some fertilizer and aerating and some landscape work on that site. And so if you come in and you did this, let's say you don't know exactly when you're gonna be able to do it in the spring. All of a sudden, you've got a part of the land dug up. So I'd like to try to get it done before the spring. In other words, if we could get it done in, say, the next couple of months before the snow flies, that would be better, because it would give time, for the land to basically heal in the spring. Because part of it's gonna have to be dug up.
Do you have a running total, Sue, right now?
11, almost $12,000.
Can we,
Yep, 11,850.
okay, can we come back to this one?
Sure.
If you don't mind hanging in there for a while, just
Buying the
let us
beer
go.
later.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think they've answered all our questions, so. I don't
Yeah,
know if we need to hang on.
I'd
Okay.
like to see where we wind up at the
Yep.
end.
Yep,
So,
that's
Yeah.
fine. Okay, again, Ashland Redevelopment Authority for $2,800.
Wasn't
That
one
was
taken
pulled.
out?
That was pulled, I'm sorry, I take that back. That's right, I was reading my wrong notes, sorry. Ashland Sporting Association. The grant will be used to purchase safety supplies, including cones, vests, and safety flags. 2,600, how many,
There's a quote back there, Joe, from Masterman.
you're right,
This is in, I feel the Sporting Association has a partnership not only with the town, but especially with the DPW, and it's to help support DPW. And this equipment would not only come into play during events at Marathon Park, but in other town events and other town projects. Typically, the DPW holds on to this stuff for us.
okay.
So how many do of this request, how much actually for the event, for the half marathon? 'Cause
I think all of it could be used at
All
the
of
half.
it? Okay.
I mean, the more folks we have with vests, the better. We buy vests every year, we lose vests every year.
Right.
I don't know what people do with the vests,
So,
but,
so you just understand, you have
Sure.
you have 100 volunteers?
oh, we have about 150
Really?
volunteers,
Okay, including the Lions?
including the Lions.
Including
yes.
the Lions, okay. We just talked about
Yeah,
that last night.
yeah.
And we
They
have to
they
wear our own vests.
They have their own
own
vests.
vests.
We have to
exactly.
wear our own vests.
And will you get, go ahead,
That's
Yolanda.
okay. So this is you looking for the grant money, but the DPW has it so that as they do other events, because there's something I want to ask people about later. It's used for those other events as they are needed.
As DPW needs it, they use it. And
And again,
we
this
bought
is all-
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
And, we don't have money in the town budget from the Public Works Department to purchase the stuff,
Yeah.
so this is why we're doing this.
We bought
Okay.
a substantial number of cones years ago. DPW keeps the cones.
So it'd be a shared venue for both?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Ashland DPW uses this equipment that these guys buy? We keep it and use it for our projects and things? Is that really?
Yeah.
We don't buy it ourselves out of the budget and,
Oh, we probably have some of our own
We
cones,
yeah.
but,
it's a,
There's a lot of, we had the event on Saturday, for example, they need cones, just for public, it's all about public safety.
Dragonfly.
oh.
Actually,
Well,
other public
we
events,
borrowed from DPW, actually, for that.
Which is probably the
Which is
same
probably
cones.
theirs, right? If it's coming from Public Works and they're buying them,
Could be.
okay.
So, Steve, you guys are charging a fee for this, so how much, can you
Charging a
cover
f-
some of this
Charging a fee
for the race?
Did I mention public safety? Yeah, it's, a lot of our expense is public safety.
Yeah, they pay for the police officers and stuff to help them.
So,
So that's-
the Sporting Association is on the cusp of turning a profit. We hope to turn a profit the 31st.
And how many
For the first
officers
time.
they have
Officers
that work the event? Steve, how many officers work the event?
Including auxiliary, Joe?
No, paid
Paid,
detail.
so, how much is it, sorry to ask, a 4-hour detail is how many dollars? 248.
Yep.
24.
Surplus.
24 officers. Is that
Wow.
possible? From other
24
towns.
officers.
Yeah, it's $12,000. 12,000 plus. Just for police. That doesn't count fire. We couldn't do it without them. We enjoy working with them. It's a nice relationship, but Tony's been involved in some of the meetings. It's just, it's a safety issue, and it's a very, it's a
no, I
very
understand.
expensive, it's a very expensive, part of the event.
Yep.
But you gotta have
No,
it.
You have to have it, I understand.
Can't have the event without it.
Right. No different than the Boston
I mean,
Marathon.
I was invited into this room last October, I think it was, and this room was filled with not only local Ashland PD and auxiliary, but officers from other towns. So Hopkinton Police have been invited. Sometimes they participate, sometimes they don't.
So, but to go to Rob's question,
Yeah.
your entry fee for the runners, I mean, it obviously covers your costs.
To be open, Steve, when we first started the event, public safety was here. Then we had another event and public safety was here. Then we had another event and public safety was here. We brought it down to here. So with all those different levels, profit has been a challenge. So we've improved the course, better communication with public safety. So as I said, you know, we hope to turn a profit, but you can only charge so much.
So, I mean, but
I mean-
have you you haven't purchased any of this equipment yet?
I've not purchased that,
So
no. I mean,
if we didn't fund this, what would you do?
We have in the past borrowed from the Boy Scouts vests. I made up real cheesy, a stick and a piece of orange, not cloth, but sort of a rubbery material. Handed that out. You know, it was very inexpensive, but not, you know, not quality, not respectable. Could we survive without it? Yes, we could. Would public safety be better with it? Yes, it would.
Well, we should probably support it to some extent. I mean, what are people thinking here?
Do you know what how much would your price go down if you went to 50? Any idea? If instead of 100 of each of these, you did 50 of each of these?
I mean, if it was, we would
You know,
buy,
if
I
we're
mean,
s-
if
if
you
we're one-
allocated
if
half
we're-
the money, we'd buy half the stuff.
Okay.
You don't have to pay tax, Steve.
We don't.
You get 12.
Yeah, I mean, my feeling is supportive of this. You know, I think it's become, you know, part of Ashland's, I think, history and cultural economy, so I am supportive of this. I think it's, you know, it brings focus to, certainly to Marathon Park, where, you know, it all started here. And, you know, I guess I would recommend that we kind of take it, you know, cut it in half, or make it 1,500, or let's say $1,500.
Any amount is appreciated.
Steve, would this be just a one-time charge, or will you be coming back for?
I hope not to come back for this kind of request in the future, Joe. I think, as I mentioned, you know, Coach Bill Squires, who you may or may not know, told me 5 years ago it takes 3 years to figure it out.
Oh,
So
yeah.
we're in our 4th year, so
Yeah.
I
Well,
hope we
one
got
of-
to
one of the
figure it out.
things one of the things I can suggest, if you get them, number them, and then you have a sign-up sheet, and those people turn them back, so that way
Yeah.
they don't take them home.
Yeah.
Or if they do take them home, you call them and say, hey, we need them back.
Yeah.
Because that's what we've had to do over
Yeah.
the years with Ashland Day, another event, so.
You know, I bought them in the past at Ocean State Job Lot, and
Oh, yeah.
and you get what you pay for.
Right,
You know,
they
it's-
last one,
Yeah.
and they tear, I get it, no, I understand.
Yeah.
All right, so 15, what do we, 1,500?
Steve is recommending 1,500.
It's okay with me.
Yeah. Yolanda?
Yep.
Good, Joe?
15, huh? I was thinking that, well, if, the more you can get, the better it is. You won't have to worry about coming back.
Right, that's the other thing. If we do the full amount, then they'll get a better price and.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I was thinking. You'll get a better price off by the larger amount. And then if it's a one-time charge, and if they do the things that were suggested about, you know, the sign-up, the numbering, you're not gonna have that, use the word pilferage. It's not pilferage, just, you know, the lack of care by those that have been handed out. They have to have that responsibility of getting them back, so that way Steve probably won't have to come back, and that probably
I
won't
hope
be a
not.
cost for you.
I hope not.
You know, an additional cost. So I'm thinking we do it one time and just take the necessary precautions that people have to be responsible for, turning them back in. Or have somebody responsible that works that day to, hey, guys, come back when it's over, just drop them off here. We have a drop-off point and give them to you.
Again, any amount is appreciated.
Yeah.
As I said also, we're starting to get more, we're starting to be profitable, so, even though we're a nonprofit, so it just gives us more money to invest into the park, into the races. So, whatever the board is.
And it is, this material will be available to be used for other events through the DPW.
Yep.
Full amount?
I say we do the full amount, folks.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Okay,
Okay.
My next also?
you're next.
Funding, Ashland Sports Association. Funding will be used to hire a grant writer to facilitate the process to have Marathon Park placed on the National Register of Historic Places. And you're requesting $1,500. Now, is that? I'm $2,500.
Do I have 4?
Now, that is just to pay for the grant writer.
It is. It's
Is it herself?
specifically for a grant writer, and but I think the question came up at maybe your last meeting about working with the Historical Commission.
Yes.
And I've had conversations and emails with the chair, and I think I provided an email from him in reference to this request. I've also spoken to via email with a couple of the other members. I think the role the Sporting Association wants to play in this is to support, take these funds and the grant writer to support whatever the Historical Commission needs to get done to get the Marathon Park on the National Register. The focus that you talked about earlier, and I've had conversations about that with them and about that funding, that's more the downtown, if I'm not mistaken. But I think we need to get, we as a town need to recognize the history of Marathon Park, and so we want to supplement and support through the leadership of the Historic Commission what they're trying to accomplish, and be a bit of an add-on to what it is that they're trying to accomplish.
So they couldn't expand that thought process because of the route itself as the marathon route, the original marathon route, to make that expanded all the way down to the park from the downtown, So you're going down Main Street, down to Pleasant Street to the Marathon Park as part of the historic.
That's the goal, Joe. That's the
No,
goal.
no, I understand that, but I'm just thinking about the downtown
Yeah.
group, expanding it,
Yeah.
using their idea and expanding it down, and making it part of theirs instead of doing two separate issues.
Well, it won't be separate. We're gonna support it, and
So-
maybe play somewhat of a role in the other project that you funded earlier.
So you're scheduled to meet
Meet with them on
with them on the
next week,
28th.
the 28th.
So I would
You mind if
I
we
would
defer?
prefer that we hold off on this until after you meet
Sure.
with them, because I think there's synergies there that make sense, and they're already working with, we've already funded their consultant. I would think there would be some advantageous interactions there, so,
Okay.
and then we can come back and revisit it.
Okay, sounds good.
That's,
I agree with that, yeah.
I just think it makes sense, and then it just, that may free up some additional money so we could give it to some other groups as well. Not saying that it's not a bad idea to do that. I think it's a wonderful idea, and I think we could piggyback that with
Yeah.
with the grant writer
Okay.
as well.
Again, we'll be at that meeting on the 28th and
Okay.
take it from there.
Yeah,
Very good.
sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Okay.
Carl agrees too.
Okay, the next is the Ashland Sustainable Committee. They're looking for $1,000. This grant would allow for a new program to be offered at the Ashland High School Students Sustainability Program. I am, again, I'm swaying on this because this sounds like a curriculum program addition to something that the school should be paying for out of their pockets and not something that they should come here for. I'm sorry, I mean, we based this a long while back, and when they said a new program off at the high school for students.
Yeah, well, I see this is being driven by the Sustainability Committee, and it seems like a really good way to get a town committee involved with, in the educational system and support, some of those concepts that they're working on. And I think that there was, Trish Kendall had supplied us with a list of some of the ideas that the kids had. I thought it was, there's some very good ideas, and, I'm supportive of this. I think it's a really, looks like it could be very, here it is right here.
Sustainability committee?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
voted against the historic Marathon Park designation.
Well, I just ran into Steve, realized that you're actually lying, but with regard to this one, his Sustainability Committee, this is something that's part of our vision statement to support sustainability programs. And at the heart of sustainability anything is educating young people about what it is that we're trying to sustain. We're having that issue at Warren Woods of trying to incorporate youth into Warren Woods. If we take on the same collaborative spirit with the state park, we'll have to have young people involved in that. If we are encouraging anything, that's if it's a cultural economy, if it's the continuation of Ashland Day, there has to be another generation, and they have to learn about the concepts of sustainability someplace. And sustainability doesn't only apply to ecological issues; it applies to social issues. It applies to neighborhood issues. It's a paradigm that needs to be learned and needs to be incorporated into society. It's not just a word. And I think educating young people with regard to the elements of sustainability is vital in our town surviving and for us as a board and for a town to attain the goals that we set in the vision statement. So I would support this.
Fine.
Having said that, I understand your reservations. I just caught the end of your comments, Joe. I understand that, except I think that we're gonna have to agree to disagree on that. I think
It's not that I don't agree with the program. I mean, at some point, is this gonna be utilized within the schools and have the schools agree to do this? I don't wanna spend $1,000 on something that the school says, well, we don't have time to do it.
I don't think it needs to be directly part of the curriculum in school. I think it can be something that's collateral to the school. I think that if the school is smart, it will embrace sustainability on all levels, not just on energy
No, I
conservation.
understand it, but if you want to try to reach all the students to work on sustainability and let them be aware of it and learn and try to understand what it's all about,
Mhm.
how are you gonna reach them if you don't have them within a school
Well, you can
setting?
have outside guest lecturers come in to, for instance, lecture on what it is that those panels are that are on the roof or on the driveway and how that impacts how that impacts their life, how it impacts climate change, how it impacts them economically as well.
And again, it's gonna fall back on, do we have the availability and time to be able to do presentations like that within the school framework and timeframe of a full curriculum that the school offers the kids? That's the only concern
But
that
this
I
is
have.
not part of the full curriculum, right? This is gonna be a side thing that the Sustainability Committee is working on. So it's like a group, it's like a student activity, it's not part of their curriculum.
Okay, so it's only gonna reach a few students, it's not gonna reach all students.
It's part of the AP Environmental Studies class, so it'll be almost similar to the
An AP
robotics.
environmental study class, which is part of a curriculum. And when we started this program, and I,
Where does it say it's part of the AP Environmental Studies?
The front sheet says this group is being formed by 6 current high school students who have taken the AP Environmental Studies class.
It's on the supplement.
It's part of
Oh.
the additional information that we asked for last
Yeah.
time. And there's a list of
and that's
student
right,
ideas, right?
and I get that, and that's the only reason why I brought up my comments about saying what I said with respect to a curriculum, because when I see AP classes, that's, okay, that's the class.
So just to
Not
connect
that I'm
it.
against it, Cal, in any way, shape, or form.
It says they take.
I agree with you.
Yeah. So just to connect it a little differently, and, you know, so to have an outside group come in and provide that particular, the farmers markets funded a couple different programs for the schools. At the middle school, we did the Mass Horticultural Plant Mobile came in and did a program for several of the grades there. It tied into the curriculum, which I think this does as well. We're also funding a field trip to the Medway Community Gardens. That's coming up as well. So, you know, it's not, you know, off the chart to have an outside group come in and do these kind of special programs.
But they had the availability of time, though, to do that.
Yes, they
Okay.
did, yeah.
I hope that whatever grade level we target, or they target, has the same availability that you folks have the same availability with the lower grades. Because you're talking about high school groups and.
I think they're high school students.
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
they're-
so my point is that time restraint wise, I mean, their programming is pretty, almost to the second with respect to how much time they have for this class, that class, and everything else. I don't know what free time they have. If they have the time, that's great. I mean, I don't have a
But
problem with that.
It's the Sustainability Committee that is requesting this. We're talking about, at least talking about, having an educational center at 22 Elliott Street that ties into the state park and Warren Woods and all of that. You know, the Sustainability Committee could sponsor a program there that's educational. It's not necessarily within the school system. That I think is very consistent with what we're trying to do there.
I mean, one thing there isn't a lot of specificity here. I guess that's the only thing I would add. I mean, it sounds good, but, I don't know. So, you know, I support the idea of it, but one of the things I would, I guess, I don't know if it needs follow-up, but, you know, how would they, if we give them $1,000, you know, how are they gonna define the projects and what projects, you know, do we have any kind of continuing kind of reporting from that? Or?
Yeah, where the money, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
A paper
it
trail,
sounds,
just to know what
there's
we're
some good
doing.
ideas here, but they're just, it's not real specific, and maybe it doesn't need to be at this point, but that would be one of the things I'd be thinking about.
Well, I think if we're gonna talk about continual reporting on funding, that we ought to apply it to everyone,
Right.
and not just the sustainability.
I agree. But to go to Rob's point, though, I think there isn't a lot, these are student ideas.
Yeah.
These aren't the ideas of the Sustainability Committee. So if, you
Well,
know, it
it's
might be,
seed
let me
planting.
finish. It
sorry.
might be advisable to defer and get some communication with sustainability, because I think they should kind of be the, taking the lead here in terms of whether it's a, you know, some of these ideas are, you know, shoveling the parking lot, the high school, doesn't make sense. Composting makes sense. you know, in terms of a project, in terms of teaching the concepts of sustainability.
Well, to use your term, I'm gonna push back on this a little bit. Shoveling the sidewalk does make sense if the alternative is snow blowing the sidewalk. Just
Well, this is the
raking
high school,
leaves
says high
is-
school parking lot, snow shoveling, so.
Well, I don't
interesting
think
idea.
they're
Yeah.
suggesting
But I
it.
think, you know,
Start
those are,
shoveling now.
those are potential ideas. What they're looking for from us is potential, you know, funding to start a group, get them T-shirts, do banners, whatever. I think it's a good idea. I would think at this point, let's do $500 to at least give them some seed money. And if we want, have them come report back. How does it go? What, you know, what kind of feedback are you having? What'd you do with the $500? Because there's nothing specific that says what they're gonna do with the funds. And then in the spring, if they need more funds, they can come back for another 500. But at least, I mean, we all think it's a good idea. So I would say, let's give them $500 and then have them report back as to what they actually did with it, what kind of input they got, and then if they need more funds, they can come back for more funds.
That makes sense.
Good with that.
Okay.
How about you, Joe?
I said that makes sense.
Okay.
That was my answer.
Okay, didn't hear you.
Okay.
All right, good solution, Yolanda.
All right,
Point of order, please.
not at this time. We have a bunch of things we need to get through, and it's almost 10 o'clock.
Oh, motion?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
See who wasn't paying attention? I was. Sorry, Mike, but we gotta get this done. Okay, Ashland Teen Advisory Council. This grant would fund programs for high school and middle school teens for the 2015-16 school year. The funds will also pay for insurance and costs associated with the hosting such events. And I'm assuming that this would be, AKA the bonfire, which was just done last weekend. I would say any type of glow light dancing event that they had some sort of dance. The movies down at the park at the end of the school year or something of that nature, and a concert or two, if I remember correctly from last year. And I think the insurance was, what, close to $1,400 over the $1,200 to $1,400 in that price range? Was it 15? Okay. So you take that 15 out of that equation, so you're really looking at $2,600 for all the other events. Okay. All right. Comments?
Well, we've supported this in the past,
Mhm.
not to the full amount requested. So I think, again, they're good activities. I think the, the dances, the socials, those are, in my opinion, good things to support. So, I'm thinking we've supported the ACT around $3,000 in the past.
Yes. John, can you come up for a second? I know you're actively involved with the group. How many kids showed up for the bonfire?
I'd say we were
Roughly.
just short of 100 this
Just short of
past
100?
Saturday. This
Okay.
Saturday, yeah.
All right.
It wasn't as well attended as some have been in the past.
Okay.
But I would
Yep.
tell you that it's still a good
Mhm.
core value
Yeah,
type of thing that we do with the community. Yeah, very.
So it
very
looks
much
like
so.
the interest is starting to come back again with part of the ACT programs, because I know that the last thing that they had down at the park really wasn't that attended that well.
It wasn't very well attended, no. It's about, it's a struggle now that, I'll say it, the senior members of this group, and there are members of the group that are older than I, Mr. Ellsworth being the dean of all of us, and communicating with a moving target that doesn't communicate the same way that we used to communicate. Social media is the big piece to drive this anymore. And, if I'm the best source for social media, we're all in trouble. So, but it's working with that, and it's working with
Yeah.
the schools. But I mean,
Yeah.
but there were a couple people from the schools this past year that had some good ideas going forward. I mean,
Right, good.
and if I could just put a plug in, and Joe, you will remember this, the robotics that you talked about earlier this evening, and the Ashland Coalition for the Teens was the whole reason why I said, hey, let's stop the Boston Marathon this year and, you know, get some more money out of them. Because we weren't able to, if you remember, the cheerleaders were going to the national championship. We didn't have enough money to do the ice skating rink or the bonfire. And the robotics program, the dean who we unfortunately lost, his name escapes me, was really worried about the robotics program going away, was the whole reason why we started this grant program,
Chad.
was to fund these things that weren't funded by the budget in town, but would define the character of the town. Yeah, so.
John, do you think there's also, I mean, I know there's a lot more events going on besides just through the ACT. So is there an influx of events so that's why maybe you're not seeing as many kids at these kinds of things? I mean, I don't know if you know, but.
Well, being a parent of 2 teenage kids, you know, attention spans are, you know, that of teenage children. So, I mean, I really think it's more of a messaging piece. But, you know, you're the perfect person to speak with the award-winning television show. You know, changing the way that we get that access out there, maybe using the resources of WACA better. I know the schools are very proud, and I'm proud of them for being a paperless society. But sometimes a piece of paper still, you know, can be impactful and go a long way.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for considering it.
Wondering if we consider half now and then half in the spring.
Would that work for you guys?
That way they can do some of their stuff now, it would cover their insurance, and then,
Would that work? Okay. All right. So you're looking at 2,090? Oh, let's say 2,100?
let's say 2,100.
So 2,100?
Okay.
And then we'll revisit it in the springtime and. Thank you very much. All right. Sounds good to me. Thank you. Okay, Ashland Youth Baseball and Softball. They're responsible for maintaining the baseball fields at the Mendez and Grinsell Park. The conditions of the fields require some professional services, which is what this grant funding will pay for. And they were looking to receive $9,900 and $99.54. Did we get any additional information with respect to them? I didn't see anything other than what we had prior to.
I didn't have that there was anything that was
Okay.
requested.
We didn't ask for anything else.
No.
Okay, all right. I guess my concern would be is that we had a field management program, and this looks like this is gonna take care of 2 fields for a year. I don't know why their funding has dried up when it comes to the fields.
So you're right, because the leagues,
These are
the leagues are
adopted
adopted fields,
These are
and
adopted
that's, that is part of should be part of their regular budget.
Right.
You know, as they create their budget for the year. I'm gonna bundle our youth sports here, because they're all 3 of them are pretty substantial, big-ticket requests here, which I think is way beyond our ability to fund in any substantial way. And I think in the past, though, I do believe that we've always supported youth sports, and I think we should continue to do so. My opinion, I think that support should be probably in the $1,500 range for each of them, just to be equitable and just to assist in their missions. But I think it's just an unreasonable request for $10,000 and $12,000 and even $3,000.
Okay, with one of those, refer to where you bundled it in, and I think you're referring to the Ashland Youth Lacrosse as well?
Yes.
Okay. One of my concerns that I had with respect to that was coach certification and additional training for these coaches. Being a former coach, I knew we had to take it on our responsibility to get certified on our own and take additional training so that way we were prepared for anything that came up. Why they need to request money. I mean, that granted, they're taking their own time and effort to coach, but that's why you do it. You do it because you love doing it, and you take on that responsibility. I don't see why we need to take on the responsibility of having to pay for their certification and retraining. So, and then the other reason was there was rental space.
So where I get the $1,500 from is they're asking for 2 lacrosse goals,
Mhm.
which are $800, and then they are looking for some workshops, which, you know, I think are valuable, particularly if you're dealing with issues of concussion and things of that
Yeah, I
that
think
nature.
if I could just, you know, I think certification is important, and, well, we're supporting. I remember going to a soccer certification. I don't think I had to pay for it. I mean, the league paid for it, you know, so, I don't know. But I do know the indoor stuff, I mean, probably no, I don't think we're.
Yeah. But that's where I got the $1,500, yeah.
Okay.
And again, to be equitable to everybody and again, demonstrate a support for youth athletics. And these are fundraising machines as well. I mean, they go out, they charge their participants, and they also fundraise as well, so.
Right.
The one for, the Ashland Youth Baseball and Softball brings up, for me, a question, and it doesn't need to be answered tonight, but something I think we should look into, is they are using the fields, as you said, it's a sponsorships, right? So
They adopt
they adopt the field, so they get to use the fields, no cost, no rental fees, and what they're doing is responsible to maintain them.
That's right.
That's why this is a little surprising.
Yeah, so this is a little bit of a surprise to see this one.
Yeah.
Especially since I'm reading it, you know, the Mindus fields were created, I believe, we paid to have them created, that came out of, I think, CPA funds.
CPA funds,
And
yes.
now it's saying they need to accommodate a larger field size, so.
And
I'm
that's why,
yeah.
you
That's
know,
because the school, I think because the school is expanded into the softball field at
Mhm.
Warren.
Yeah,
I think that's-
they're looking for
Mendez.
another 90-foot,
Right, but they're creating fields at Mendez, I believe.
which is the old
No, we
baseball field
created
that Carl and I
No,
used to
but
play on.
That's why they're using it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
what-
so I'm with Steve, 1,500 each, and then,
yeah, I mean, that's my, you know, again, it's, you know, I'm not inclined to support their actual request. I'm inclined to support.
In general.
Yeah,
right, I mean,
youth
give them,
sports in
I mean,
general.
sports are important. So 1,500 each.
Carl, you,
I'm fine
you
with
good with that?
Okay, so we just knocked off
So
3 of
that's
them.
youth baseball, youth lacrosse, and
Hockey.
The
the
girls'
hockey,
hockey,
the
right?
Girls Hockey Association.
Yeah.
Okay. Sue, do you have that so far?
I do.
How are we doing,
Well, I
money-wise?
just added in the 5,000 for decisions at every time.
Yeah,
Yep.
Right, yes, please do.
And you're at 26,550.
okay, good.
All right.
Okay, so we're
Yeah.
doing good.
But you added in decision, the 5,000?
Yeah, that one
Yeah,
we
that's
have to
a
do.
That's a
legacy
matching
that we
grant.
have,
okay.
yeah.
We have to do that
Yeah.
That's
from
a
the
matching
state,
grant,
the
so-
state grant, so if anybody was worried about that, they received a sizable amount of money from the state, and
Millions.
with the understanding that,
No,
Yeah, from the federal
I
government.
mean,
actually.
federal,
so-
they
so-
had
I'm sorry,
a-
what was
Right.
that total, Susan? Or what was the total she just said?
22 something?
26.
26,550.
Okay. So we're still good.
Okay. Let me go back over here, okay.
CC.
CC Doucette, funding would be used to purchase 2 acoustimeters, which would be given to the Ashland Public Library, and they would then be available for the general public to borrow. Acoustic meters are units that measure Wi-Fi,
Wireless
wireless electrical,
yeah,
yeah,
electromagnetic.
impulses. and,
Electromagnetic from the Wi-Fi.
Right. So, comments with respect to this?
Well, you know, CC has come before us with this before, and, you know, I've done a little research, I talked to CC, as I think all of us have, and, there is more information about it. I would recommend, doing half of this for one, and seeing what kind of response, right? Let's do one, let it be at the library, and see what demand there is for it. I think
Has-
there's more to be learned and more to be understood, but I think I would recommend doing half and letting it purchase one.
I have not had the ability to, or the time to go talk with Paula Benetti over at the library, to see whether or not she's willing to accept that over there and take on that responsibility.
I think, well, Cece did indicate that she did, but I mean,
I'd be more interested if the library board of trustees approve of it. That, to me, is the entity.
And a more appropriate place to have it available at Town Hall, at the Board of Health office.
I think the idea would be that the library has an ability to check things in and check things out. Board of Health doesn't have that ability. The library, I mean, I would, you know, if we wanna wait and find out if the library supports this, and if the Board of, you know, that would be
Yeah, I
fine,
would-
but otherwise I would say do one and
I would support 410 conditional.
with,
on
yeah, right, with the check that the.
trustees thinking that they want to do it, I suppose.
So I'm challenged with this for,
Yep.
on a couple levels. Number one, I think that the trustees need to weigh in, whether they're willing to have a meter
Yep.
loan program. But more so, I'm more concerned that the Board of Health is not collaborating on that they're not engaged in this. The Board of Health, with all due respect to the applicant is not a scientist. The applicant might be a passionate advocate for this area of science, but she's not a scientist. The Board of Health is charged with public health issues, and I think the science on this is very unclear at this point. I think it's deserving of a lot more information being put out to the public, but it's very unclear. There's a lot of information. I think it's dangerous to have people self-diagnose themselves with anything, just like doing research on the internet. I think I'm challenged with that. I don't think that, I've had several conversations with the applicant. I've made my concerns known. I've had conversations with a Board of Health member as well. And, again, I think I'm very supportive of more information about this. And I think it's deserving of that. I'm not convinced that meters are the proper vehicle to do that. And I would be supportive of some sort of informational program. That being said, I'm not clear on what the benefit of a meter is. I mean, to me, if I brought a light meter in here, I'd get a reading, it would tell me, yes, we have light. But there's no context to that. If I take one of these electromagnetic meters home, I'm going to go to my microwave, I'm going to go to my router, I'm going to go to my laptop, and it's going to say, yes, you've got Wi-Fi. No context to it. So I think there's a danger to that. I think it requires more information, and I'm supportive. If the applicant comes and says, here's my plan for a program to educate people, these are the ways that you can mitigate, this is the research, granted, it's unclear, it's not conclusive, but here's the information, you decide for yourself.
Well, except it does say that the library is supporting this by having their documentary film, so they are having a documentary film on this coming up in the future that talks about, that's education.
That's the Friends of the
Right,
Library.
it's the Friends of the Ashland Public Library.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's not the applicant. I think
I
the
understand,
applicant has.
But she worked with she worked with the Friends about this.
Yeah,
And they're
and again,
putting
I'm
the movie
just,
out there.
making my challenges with this application known. I think if the board does choose to fund part of it, all of it, I would ask that you make it conditional on some collaboration with the Board of Health and also the approval of the Library Board of Trustees.
I would recommend we do have the Board of Health. I know the applicant has spoken, maybe not to the Board of Health directly, but to the health agent. They were unaware. He particular, when she did it, was unaware. I don't know where it's at right now. I would say we do have, with the understanding that we check with the library to make sure they're open and amenable to doing this.
I could speak to a lot of your points, Steve, but in the name of getting out of here on time, I won't.
Right.
I do have a difference of opinion, but I agree with Yolanda that I think at the market, particularly at the last market, there was a lot of conversation about this and a lot of interest in this. And I think to provide at least one option for those who have concern, whether there's scientific evidence to support or not support, is a public benefit to a number of people that have requested it. So in its short money, I would be willing to go along with the condition, obviously, that the library be receptive
Right.
to it. And I would follow up on your suggesting that we expand the dialogue, so that if we have this conversation again, maybe we do have more information.
Well, again, I think it's, we have an entity that is dedicated to public health issues.
But they're not scientists either.
And they don't have
Well,
money to
but
do
they're,
this.
but they're the entity that's charged with public health issues, and this is a public health issue. And I'm not disputing the fact that there may be a need for more information about this.
Well, why can't
I
we have
just-
them weigh in?
Excuse
We could
me?
have them weigh in.
Yes, I'd like to. That's what I'd like to see happen.
Well, I don't disagree.
So is this something you want to put on hold until we have those discussions, or do you want to go with what Yolanda suggests, with the fact that, based on having conversations with the parties that we were discussing?
Well, I would suggest that we go with what Yolanda suggested, conditional on the library approval.
Right.
And if we could get representatives from the Board of Health in here in a timely fashion, make that a condition, or make it an optional condition if.
Okay.
But I think it's important that they do weigh in.
Yeah, I don't feel we need to, I would personally not want to make the offering of this grant for the 1 meter conditional on the Board of Health coming to us to talk about it. I think it could be something in the future that we want to look into, if it's something that we think is important.
Well, I don't think
But
we
then
need
just-
to do, I think what I'm asking is that the applicant do so. That's what I'm asking. I don't, and I think that there should be that connection to this. Again, I believe it is a potential public health situation, and I think that's where I think she should have some collaboration, so. But whatever the rest of you decide, I'm good with. But I think those conditions.
I'm good with going with, buying the 1 meter, and, I think we should feel free to, with condition on the library, and I think it's a good point we should say to CC,
Talk to the Board of Health.
Talk to the Board of
Talk to the Board of Health as a group, not individual, but as a group.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then come
Okay.
back and report to us. Okay, so
All right,
we're
so
doing 410.
410?
410?
Okay.
Okay,
Or not to exceed, right, whatever the
Or not-
cost
yeah.
is.
okay.
Okay.
So when we get a lawsuit from somebody relative to their meter reading, what do we do?
We're gonna
Is
get a
that,
lawsuit.
is that a concern?
We'll use the other 410.
Okay. There you go.
It's the least of my concerns of what we might get sued about in this.
Really?
Okay, we've already discussed the decisions at every turn coalition for the federal funding matching grant. That was $5,000, and you've already added that in, right, Sue?
I sure did.
Thank you. Friends of the Ashland Library, funding would be provided for an opportunity to offer additional programs to children 3.5 and older and their parents. The Curious Creatures is a 40-minute program that exposes children to exotic and unusual animals. Mike the Bubble Man is a 45-minute program.
You don't have to read them all, Joe. It's
You
fine.
don't want me to? Okay.
No, that's okay.
Oh, but I just did, so you just waited to wait after I said Mike the Bubble Man. Okay. You see how this committee
I
works?
have some
Do you
questions
see
about
this?
Mike the Bubble.
I guess my question is, I know this is through the public library and they're looking for support. I'm just wondering, do they charge anything for this, or
I
do
think
we
they're
pay the
free.
full
I
amount
think
and
we
then
pay
they
the full
just
amount,
offer
then they
it?
come
Yeah,
in.
I think they have, the funds will be used to pay for the program and marketing.
I'm sorry, what was the answer? So,
They don't charge anything,
They
so
don't
by
charge anything,
using our
okay.
grant money, I would support this.
As I
you
would
know.
as well.
Same here.
Well, we need to wait for Carl, though.
He just left.
I know, he just walked out of the room.
I say we move on.
Is he all right? Okay. All right.
Okay, so
So,
yes to the full amount, the
Too much
730.
Wi-Fi here.
you okay with this?
Okay,
He just had to.
we are getting punchy, people. Okay. Joe, keep
So
going.
we're out, all right, so we're good for 7:30. We at the 7:30 in there?
All right.
No.
For the
Okay,
fence.
I'll tell you, I'm just waiting, I'm waiting for my accountant to get ready. All righty.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
actually 7:30 and 38 cents, isn't it?
No, it's just
7:30,
700.
okay.
Yeah, I
All
have
right, where did I
7:30
say?
on
that was
that?
the-
Okay.
That was the other one,
That was the
38?
other
We're lucky
Okay.
we only do this twice a year. by the
Thank
way.
goodness,
know.
thank goodness. Okay, Julie Nardone is requesting $1,235, and this is a half-day nature writing, that's a spelling error, class to be held at Warren Woods. And in her application, she has it broken down into the following. The breakdown is, marketing and promotional is $250. Event insurance for the outdoor site is $385. Handouts and copies, $250. And a stipend, with federal and mass tax payment of $350. Not sure if the recipients understand that grant money is considered income. Yeah, what we do. That's what we asked for the W-9 for. So, in the area of populations we serve, is Ashland residents 12 and up. All who want to show up are welcome with the pen, paper, and a chair. Folks under 18 will need to be accompanied by a parent. And she intends to talk about writing and doing other things with respect to Warren Woods.
In the natural world. We can discuss the amount as far as the basis of this. I think she has a track record as a writer that's supported by some of the documents that we received. It's something that I think would fit nicely in the springtime if we are successful in turning around the house at 22 Elliott Street into some kind of an educational center. It's consistent with the educational component that we have with regard to the stewardship of Warren Woods and interesting people, both adults and children, in the workings of Warren Woods. There seems to be an interest in it, and I think that there is an Ashland public benefit to it. So from that perspective, I would be supportive of it. With regard to the amount, we can discuss that.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting idea. It's unusual and, you know, it fits in with this kind of arts, so I feel positively towards it. I also note that she includes an evaluation component to this, which I think is good. So it gets some kind of feedback about what happens. I did have some questions about the costs, but we can get into that if we.
I feel this would be a better application to the Ashland Cultural Council,
Well,
or if someone were to submit it on her behalf.
I, over the weekend, made an attempt to contact her and left her a voice message with respect to that specific thought about additional funding to the Arts Council.
Okay, so Yolanda said the Cultural Council.
I mean,
and you
cultu-
said the Arts
I-
Council?
Yes,
And you said
Ashland.
the Arts Council to Julie.
right.
It's the Ashland Cultural Council.
I'm sorry, I'll tell you
that
exactly.
that
Hold on a second.
submits
Hold on a second.
grants
She
for
went
these
away
kinds of things.
thinking that you were referring to Arts Ashland Alliance.
And that's exactly what I did. Sorry. I said Arts Ashland Alliance Council. That's what I
No,
suggested.
it's the Ashland Cultural
Okay,
Council.
that was
Ashland
my,
Cultural
that's my
Council.
bad. That was my bad.
Yeah, the Cultural
Okay.
Council just had their grant.
But she never called me back, and that was my concern.
Well, that's why, because she called me back.
Well, that's interesting,
And-
because Julie, I know you're watching, you should have called me. I was the one that made the call, not Carl.
Well, I apologize, a lot of people call me, and I'll tell them all to call you for that.
No, that's quite all right.
No, that's it.
But I initiated the conversation. I would have expected a call back, at least decency to call back. That's all. So, with respect to this, we have never, ever paid a stipend for someone to do a job. So I would be willing to provide $885 to this program, and I took out the funding for the stipend.
Joe, aren't we paying the
So
bubble
let me,
mast?
let me,
No, that's a program, hold on, that's a program that's being offered by
listen to the
someone.
rationale.
I couldn't
Yeah.
do it.
we've
This is the
never,
rationale.
we've never paid a stipend to the applicant.
Right.
We pay obviously, we pay for personnel all the time, all these programs.
Yes.
So, but we never have funded a stipend to the applicant, so, I like the idea. I think it's more appropriate for the Ashland Cultural Council as well, and they probably would have funded this if she had applied there. And maybe she did, maybe she didn't. So, I take the $350 right off. I'm also challenged with some of the amounts for PR marketing and handout copies. That's $500 of copies or emails or so on. That doesn't make sense to me. It seems overpriced. So I'm inclined to fund this, basically for the cost of the insurance. I think that's a real out-of-pocket cost, and I think that, and having bought event insurance, I think that's a legitimate,
That is,
a legitimate
that was
cost.
gonna be one of my questions about that, yeah. So she's done her.
What about any?
So I would
funding
say,
for handouts?
I would say $500 total for this would be the most I'd be supportive of. It gives, and I think, again, this is a business program. This is an individual that's providing a writing course, part of her business in a sense. And, this is not volunteerism that she's presenting. So I don't believe that we need to fund her expenses to this degree. I think, some support I can accept.
I'm with Steve on this.
So yeah, I guess I don't, I don't have a problem with paying somebody a little bit to do something, and I'm not sure I make the same kind of differentiation that you guys do, but I understand about being volunteers versus getting paid for something, certainly, so. But I guess my question would be, if we pick a certain amount, but we then don't dictate how the money is spent, or do we? I mean, that's.
Well, we can say, we're funding this $500, $385 for the insurance and the balance for marketing and copies. Of course we can.
I don't know if that's.
I mean, now, because she'll be getting the insurance, it's,
I think that we run the risk of not scrutinizing all of these the same when we do that. I mean, with regard to the half marathon, we're not funding the half marathon because people are paying to be in the half marathon and they're footing the bill. This course, I'm assuming, is going to be free. So it's a service to the people of Ashland. I think if we have to do that categorizing of what they're spent on, then we have to start this all over
Okay,
again
so
and apply it to every
Point taken.
application.
So we'll just, we'll fund it at $500 is my.
Right.
Is there,
my-
I'm sorry, is there a reason why she has to have insurance to be on Warren Woods? People go up there all the time, why, if we're gonna make that a cultural location and to do, if someone wants to go up there and do a painting class up there, a watercolor class, do they have to get insurance to provide?
Everybody else has had to get insurance to go on Warren Woods.
Yeah.
So,
So
Depends what
the-
they're,
they
depends
have
what
to
they're
do a
doing.
waiver. Well, I mean, you can go up there and walk and sit and have
all
it,
the other people that, the people that have been vendors have had to have some kind of insurance coverage. This would be something that would be, again, that would be consistent with the 22 Elliott Street site as well.
But we don't have that yet, Cal.
right, that's,
I mean, and.
Well, then if we
and-
don't, then we have it at Warren Woods. I mean,
Well,
I'm not
I-
sure why people are hostile about this. It's,
I'm not being hot, I was rather curious as to why we'd have to have insurance, and I looked at it again, and I said, insurance. Okay, that's why I asked Tony, is
well, I
the
don't know, the
town?
guys that are gonna paint the shed have to be insured. The guy that does the brush hogging has to have insurance. Every other vendor that we've had come up there that does something needs to show some proof of insurance.
And that, well, that's why I asked Tony, is does somebody have to have insurance because they're putting a class on writing up there?
Well, do we know the answer to this? I mean, I'm
Well, I mean,
sure-
some of the stuff, it depends on what the activity is, right? So, I mean,
Right.
some of it's a risk assessment. So, like, for instance, we did the hang, I mean, we didn't have insurance for him, but, you know, but it depends what they're doing. Obviously, if you're cutting stuff, using machinery, the potential, you know, to, you know, get hurt or, you know, hurt somebody else. I mean, that's why we, you know, require, you know, insurance for certain things, right? So, so part of it depends on what the activity is. I
Right.
mean, certainly something like this is very benign, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you're gonna sit there or take a walk and get some instruction about, you know, writing regarding nature and stuff. So, I mean, it's, you know, very low risk. We do the bonfire, we ask for insurance, obviously, because, you know, we have a fire going, so, I mean, those are, you know, those are activities that have some potential to them,
Alright,
so.
That's only why I asked that. I mean, if that's one less expense that she's gonna worry about.
Well, I guess I'm thinking I'd support you guys at 500.
I'm sorry I stirred up the pot just now with
No.
respect to asking that question, but I'm trying to save somebody some money,
Right. So
even though she didn't call me back. Anyway,
So where are we with this? Is it,
so you said 500?
I think that's what, isn't that what you,
Steve?
Steve?
I did,
said?
yeah.
Yeah. So I'll go
Well,
with that.
if she needs to get the insurance, then she gets the insurance. If she doesn't need to get insurance, she doesn't get it. She utilizes it in her.
I think we just give her the, 500, expect a good,
Product, yeah.
a good out, event and
Alright.
see how the evaluations are. What do you think?
You good?
Carl, what do you think?
Yeah, fine for that.
All right.
Where are we?
All right, we
Night
just,
almost over.
we previously did the Medway Ashland Girls Hockey Association.
Yeah.
They're getting 1,500. So the next is Metro West YMCA Family Outdoor Center. This grant would allow students in grades 6 through 8 access to 2 new programs that are geared to inspire healthy physical activities. And they're requesting $5,000.
There was additional information given
That's-
to you in the smaller package.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. They're trying to supplement Kids Night Out.
Right, so I guess what has happened, Kids Night Out used to be a PTO thing, and PTO has not been doing it as much, so Metro West YMCA has stepped in, and they come in and they just run it. And they do it, I was talking to someone about it this morning, they do it, you know, they do a month, they do one for Ashland, then they do one for Hopkinton, then they do one for Keefe, and then they rotate through. And it's just an event, and, this would allow them, as it says, to not charge as much. They still will charge some, but this then helps pay for some of it. And the Metro West has really been the YMCA has been really reaching out to try and do more things in Ashland and Hopkinton. And it, you know, it's something then for 6 to 8. But this sort of goes to the conversation I was having with John about there's more stuff going on in our community for the kids, so are we pulling from each other?
But I would think that some of the programs that ACT does is I would think geared for the older groups, and that's why the Kids Night Out is basically what, 6 through.
Well, this particular program is 6 through 8, but the
Right.
the ACT does, it's split out, right? They have some stuff for high school students and some stuff for middle school as well.
The dance and, yeah.
Yeah,
I was a little disappointed to see that the K through 12 PTO is not joining it all, because that used to be a big event.
Kids Night Out.
That was a
huge.
big event.
They
That was,
really, they
that was
stopped
like.
doing it, huh?
No, they still do it.
They
but
still
it's
do it,
geared
just-
for 3 through 5.
So younger kids.
Okay,
Yeah,
Great.
because it's at the
Mendez.
Mendez.
okay. And this is geared towards the middle school
This
kids?
is geared toward the middle school, 6 through 8.
Okay.
So where are we? Do we have?
What, money
I
wise?
did 2,500.
Yeah.
28,190.
Okay.
So I'd be inclined to support the startup costs for this particular because it looks like they're used first of all, that's one of the criteria that we use for
Right.
this, supposedly. And they're asking for a couple of portable indoor, I'm not sure what's Gaga ball, I'm not quite sure what that is,
Gaga
but
pits.
apparently it's popular, and those are $1,000 each.
It's a new one on me, folks. Just looking at your faces right now, I can see that you're as perplexed as I am.
Well, I thought it was, I thought it was to help funding these nights.
Well,
Ashland
there's
Fridays.
3 different
Components, yeah.
components here, Rob.
Oh, I'm seeing, okay, now I'm seeing the
Right.
startup costs, okay. Gotcha.
So-
Gaga ball.
Variant of dodgeball that's played with one ball.
Let's play
Thanks,
with
Terry.
one ball, thank you, Terry.
There you go.
So maybe we do half,
We got the internet.
right? So the startup cost plus 500 to help with some of the funding. I would do half. And
So the startup is 2,000 plus the
Mhm.
500.
So I had 2,500 written down to begin with, so is that something you guys are good with, or?
I'm good with it.
God bless you.
I think so.
Kyle, how about
But
you?
We still have to deal with the
Yeah.
curbs.
That's,
Yep.
that's fine.
Is that all right with you?
Mhm.
You just wanna play with a Gaga ball, I know.
No, I'm still dealing with Michael Bowman.
So, this next one, did anyone reach out to her about
Yeah, this sounds
AEFI?
interesting,
I asked.
Okay.
Yes, I did, again, I was asked to do something and I did it.
Very good. Did she
And-
call you back?
No, they called me.
There you go, Cal. What was my notes? Hold on a second, I'll get it for you.
So they got the interactive whiteboard
Right.
donated,
Right,
and now she needs a projector.
correct.
Yep, yep.
And
That's like a perfect AEFI grant
that's what I said.
request.
I have a question. What is a short arm projector and what does it do? That's how you,
Now.
but actually, I don't know what, does anybody know
I-
anything about this?
No, I don't know.
Short arm projector.
They
I mean,
make
it
an
sounded-
elevator from the ceiling and it has a short metal arm and pulls it up.
Oh, very good, thanks.
Thank you,
That
Mike.
Well, it
sounds
says it's
good.
it's interactive, right? Epson Power Light.
Yes.
I was wondering about that.
Oh, where am I?
So this, the interesting thing I thought about this is, so this teacher, and she's a team teacher, for a class, but how does the school typically use this sort of equipment? Like, so say we buy it, I
We don't,
presume-
we give them the
we
grant
give them the
money.
money, I'm sorry, so then someone, is it school property, what's the kind of policy for this kind of equipment? I
Well-
mean, next year, what happens to it?
Again, the voice message that I left for Sue, and she called, and we've been playing telephone tag, unfortunately. My message was to her was that, this is technology as far as I'm concerned, and I thought the AEFI should be, sent a letter for request for funding for this, especially where it's part of the whiteboard program, and she needs this projector for the whiteboard. And again, I apologize, we've been playing telephone tag, and I haven't had an opportunity to actually speak to her directly. Maybe she has, maybe she hasn't spoken to
Right.
AEFI, I don't know. I mean, again, going by what you related to me the other day, that was the basis for my conversation, and that's how I started off my messages, is that there's monies available. They're asking why people aren't requesting grants for these monies. This would be a perfect opportunity, so I would, it's not that I don't wanna support it, but I think,
I would say, let's hold off unless you hear back from her that, she applied and didn't, I don't know, but.
that's
Okay.
fine. Okay, we can hold off on that.
And I would
for
just,
right now.
if someone's talking to her, I'm just kinda curious about, now that I'm thinking about this equipment that gets purchased, how does it then get managed and maintained and integrated and used by the rest of the school?
Right.
Just
Well,
me.
we've
it
done-
sounds like it would be for just 2 classrooms.
That's what I'm
Which
saying.
happens, right? You
Right,
purchase
right.
equipment, it
But
sits
then
in a
next year,
classroom and,
presumably,
well, hopefully she would continue using it.
Yeah. I'm
Not
just,
like-
just wondering,
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so we'll hold off until we, hear back from her.
old.
The next request is for $2,500, and that's Safe Routes to School Task Force. This is to hold a community workshop that would discuss the steps needed to create a more walkable community. Now, the money, and I spoke with Lisa Bowden directly on this, the money that is being requested is the fee for the gentleman who's gonna be doing the program, and his name is Mark Fenton. And you have all this information on the back of your the back of your request. He is very good at what he does. The workshops that he does is key for the kids and for the teachers as well, and for staffing. So I think this is, again, it's all with respect to community. So I.
And two other points, Joe, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
So Safe Routes to School is something that we have as one of our objectives as part of our community compact, is to work on this program. And I think if we can show that we as a board are supporting this financially, we could possibly apply for some state grant money as part of our community compact, and this gentleman then does like the next step of a program as well. So I think by us showing the support, it's part of our community compact, we could then
Right.
Follow up, and, you had made a comment that, you would like Ed Berman to be a part of this. Well, he's on the task force meeting, so when he attends the Safe Routes to School meetings,
Good.
that I then attend as well.
All right,
So
cool.
I would support this fully.
All right. Anybody else?
Well, so I'm just wondering, but, this is a good project. And actually, we should probably work with them on the Upper Charles Trail Committee, because it's, part of that is getting kids to school using trails. But it's the 2,500, it's not quite clear, is this all a fee for the consultant, or?
Yes.
Yes, it's for his program, and
Come in.
Lisa provided that information to me. She said that goes directly for his program, and his program alone, not for anything else. He's,
For one session,
correct.
that just strikes me.
Yeah, has anybody looked at his website by any chance? It's very interesting. He's a former Olympian race walker. And if you've ever seen race walking before, it's a very odd sport, but that's his claim to fame. What's that?
Not as bad as Gaga ball.
But, I think to underscore what Yolanda was speaking to, I think we're looking to make certainly Ashland more walkable. That's one of our visions, our mission, particularly downtown, and I think this benefits the entire community, not just to the schools. So I fully support this.
Yeah.
Well,
Anybody
I don't
else?
know, I just think we've cut up other ones. This one's, I don't know, it's just 2,500 for a single session to, I don't know. I guess I'm just a little less enthused about that.
Kyle, what do you think?
Well, I share both opinions. I think it's an important issue. It's, I think that I guess I'm kind of bothered that certain criteria are used to judge, and I know that this is difficult to do, but we don't seem to apply the same scrutiny to some as we do to others. And I think that goes to Rod's point, that this seems like a lot of money for one session where we've been kind of scrutinizing the spending of other dollars. So
Yeah.
I guess I don't have a problem with it, but I do get where you're coming
Note that,
from.
yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if we could partially fund this.
Well,
So it's either, we either fund it or we
then
don't,
we fund it,
because,
I guess.
And the other thing, it's not a small session, right? He's gonna come out, he works with us, they've done a little bit of work in regards to what our town looks like beforehand. So, I think it's an important thing to do.
He does some pre-work before
Yeah.
he does this program, so that he has a better understanding of the
community.
of the community itself. That's what Lisa explained to me anyway, so.
What do you think, Joe? Will you go with the?
Well, I have to tell you something. I mean, if we're trying to promote health, we're trying to promote complete streets and, walkability, sustainability, people, getting more exercise and, keeping cars off off the road and saving gas, this and that and everything else, then teaching kids the right way to do things, I suppose, I support it.
In the amount, I think we're all supportive, but
Well, the amount, I mean, I think Steve is correct. I mean, I don't know if we give half, I don't know if they have the availability to get other funding to support it. So, I would say that my suggestion would be to support the whole program and see how it goes. I mean, if this is a program that's gonna be, something that we wanna do every year,
Well, no, this is not that's the thing, is once you do this, you then can have a plan for how to make your community.
so it's a
not
one-time,
yeah,
so it's a one-time program.
we should,
Okay.
we should integrate with the Charles Trail Committee too, I think.
Well, I would
Look at
certainly
that.
say that when we have this session, if you guys wanna come to it, and then,
Tell them about that,
when we schedule it, I can let you know, and you can let the
yeah.
committee
Let's
know.
try to coordinate a
Sure.
little bit, yeah.
So are we good
so
for,
I think so.
yes, no, yes?
Yes.
Okay, 2,500 it is.
So our available balance at this point, Sue?
Total that you spent or the available?
The total we spent.
Total you spent is 33,190.
So what do we got on the hold? The curbs and
Just the ARA.
just the ARA. Is Terry gone?
They've got a quorum here.
So, all right, so we probably don't even need to talk to him, do we? What do we got? Yeah.
So that gives us a balance of about $46,000.
Which we, yes, I think we're in our range.
It goes 78.
I'm sorry, what
Right?
are they?
I did 80,000, not the 82 that's sitting there, because what has not been taken out of here is the banners and the flags and things like that, correct, Susan?
I thought she did. Oh.
No,
Oh, you didn't take that out yet?
no.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm sorry, so we got left with the ARA is the only one that we're going back to, right?
That's correct. Yep.
Correct.
I'm having trouble finding it. Jesus.
Never used the money for itinerants, dogs buying money? Which makes no sense, which some of these don't.
We haven't received the
So we
grant
have-
application for that yet, but I'm sure we
So
will.
we have to make a decision, do we wanna fund the ARA's 6,000
Yeah, what's the
or not?
amount? 6,000?
6,000.
Okay, so where would that put us to?
39,000.
39,190.
Sounds like it's okay.
And everybody gets what they need to do.
We have some we may revisit, right, with some we put off.
Yes. We may add more to the,
I mean, the ARA seems like a good project that'll benefit the town, and we seem to have the funds for it, so.
Well, certainly, if the town's not gonna repair those curbs,
Yeah.
they need to be repaired.
right.
Yeah.
And Terry put a lot
So
of
that,
work into
that
this.
puts us in our ballpark. I mean,
Right.
the
We're-
range that we,
Between 35 and 40.
yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what we did last year.
Yeah.
So we're in the same ballpark.
yeah. And then again, it gives
I'm
us,
comfortable.
gives us room to work on
Some of the things
banners
that
and
we've
some of the
said,
things
yeah.
that we want to
Yep.
do as well, so.
Very good.
I know, some of the downtown stuff we talked about as well, so.
So we're good.
So we're good with the
Okay.
full Monty
Yes,
on
So-
ARA?
That, let me ask you, Terry, maybe I misunderstood, but that 6,000 includes the
Pretty all-inclusive.
precast ramp, handicap
Yes.
ramp?
Yes.
It's on the
Okay,
list.
all right.
Terry,
Okay.
gonna need a little help moving
Okay.
it, but other than that.
Ready?
I'm ready for, okay, yes.
I move that we approve the funding for the BAA grant round as we discussed.
Second.
Hold on 1 second with respect to that.
Sure.
I want to go back to,
Uh-oh.
no, because we said we were going to go back to it.
Oh,
Oh,
Ashland
you're
Garden
right.
Club.
Ashland Garden
Oh,
Club.
you're right.
Okay, yes.
Okay, because I have it right here in my
Another
notes.
500.
Another 500, to make it even two.
We good?
Okay.
Any problem with that? Okay.
All right.
So we're adding another 500 to the Ashland Garden Club on.
We're making them 2,000.
So it's
So
2,000.
they got more than they asked for.
Yes.
All right, so we have a total of $39,690.
Okay, that works. So your motion as
amended.
amended?
As amended.
Can we hear a second?
Second here?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Good luck.
All right.
and I wish everyone well with their minutes.
All right, I'll tell you, this should be a lot more fun than it is, giving away money.
Yeah, this is like Santa Claus in October,
This should be more fun than.
the Great Pumpkin,
Yeah.
which actually was on. Okay,
Hey, Mr. Chairman.
Could we schedule that meeting sooner than later?
sure,
That meeting I emailed you about earlier?
yes. We still have a couple more items on our agenda that we have to follow.
Can I call you this week?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Alrighty. We are looking at,
I think we're gonna leave.
oh, sure, now, go ahead, sure.
Fair weather friends.
So you can get.
Sure,
you
be
can
that
get
way.
You can get that started ASAP now?
You're buying next
Thank you.
time.
Virtual.
Good luck with the curbstones, Terry. I want to see you move those around.
So are you guys
yourself.
gonna go with the granite, or are you gonna,
It depends on Nick.
on Nick?
Help us
Okay.
get 'em out.
Hey, in my day, I
That's,
could,
see, that's the thing that
yeah.
he's going, can you get somebody to get him out? I mean, okay.
yeah.
Because it's 400 feet of concrete curb to take it all out.
Terry's very good at volunteering me and my children for these projects.
Yeah,
I'm
you-
volunteering mine, my kid's twice the size of yours.
Well, you know what, there's maybe something with the Eagle Scouts, guys, just thinking about that, so.
My concern with that is, if you're breaking up concrete and stuff like that, stuff flies around, people get hurt.
Yep, no, I know.
That's, I want somebody.
So it's okay for your kids to get hurt?
Yeah, I guess you can
Okay, yeah, okay, all right, yeah, okay. I hear you.
Anyway, thank you all very much.
You're welcome, guys, thank you.
Good night.
All right, we have a few more things that we need to do, folks. Vote on posting of notice and schedule taking hearing for House Street. And this will be the land taking for the sidewalk that we're gonna be putting in, Tony, is that correct? Finishing the sidewalk?
This is the solar array sidewalk?
No,
No, this is just the sidewalk on House Street.
this was discussed at town meeting.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Right, yeah,
it's
but it
in
wasn't
front
the
of
yeah, it's in front of the
solar
solar array, right.
Yeah, okay.
There are some properties that need to be,
No, it's in front of these people's homes.
people's homes,
You're
right,
right.
but it's a
But
continuation of the sidewalk that's
Right,
further
I
down.
remember.
Right.
I got it.
Okay.
But
So
we've
do
already
I read that?
spoken with all these people, right?
Yeah, I thought it was.
I mean, this is a formality.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're all, well, it is a formality, I mean, we have to actually.
I mean, we have to do it, but
Right.
this is not gonna
Yeah,
be,
they're aware
it's
of
not,
it.
this is not gonna be new to them.
Shouldn't be, no.
So
Okay.
we're making, this the one I'm supposed to read?
Yeah. That's the one.
So this would be as part of one of our meetings?
Yes, it'd be actual
Okay.
hearing, so when Joe reads the motion, essentially, we're looking at December 2nd.
December 2nd, right. And I have it
Okay.
written down for that, so.
So, this is a motion for notice of intent to take. I move that the town manager send notice to the following property owners, notifying them that the Board of Selectmen will hold a hearing on the matter of taking a portion of their property as more fully set forth in the notice, and the hearing will take place on December the 2nd, 2015, at 7:15 PM in Town Hall, the Board of Selectmen's meeting room. The properties that are affected are 86 House Street, 90 House Street, and 94 House Street.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. That is done. Town managers report, town meeting update and review of draft warrant articles.
So if I may, I'll hand out the updated draft warrant that we kind of spoke about at the beginning of the meeting.
So the one in our packet's not good.
No, because we
No,
made
this is the
some,
new
we made some adjustments. The order also changed as part of the process when Yolanda was the chair. We get with the moderator, prior to posting.
No, I don't know.
Is there another updated one? Sorry.
Like I said,
Yeah, Rob needs one.
Oh, I got that, thanks.
So as part of that process, Steve, Joe, and I spoke with Adam Schuster, the moderator, today to actually order the warrant article, so that's obviously the other change. So things that changed since the last time you looked at this, other than the actual order. By next week, we will have the numbers prepared for adjustments to the FY16 appropriation. We hope by the end of next week, we'll also get our certified amount of free cash, so that we can split those monies up for town meeting. And we'll also, meeting with the assessors on Monday, just again to get their recommendation in support of the amount or the percentage that we plan to use for the property tax exemption under 41C and a half. And those types of things are what will end up going into the actual, motions that go with the actual warrant that we take to town meeting, not necessarily for the posting. So other updates and changes we've input in under Article 8, we inserted the disposition and the fine language into the warrant article, which may have been the last time. The Warren Woods Ad Hoc Committee is meeting tomorrow night. The last thing we need to do for Article 9 is to actually identify approximately where the building envelope is and approximately how much actual space that is, so that we can fill in the one blank there in terms of how many acres will actually be transferred to the care, custody, and control of the Conservation Commission. And then we have to draw that on a, essentially a plot plan that actually gets filed with the town clerk, in case anybody wants to come in and see that prior to town meeting.
So Article 10 is actually sponsored by Board of Health, correct?
Yes.
On the cover sheet, it says Board of
Oh, does
Selectmen.
it? Okay, thank you. We can fix that. All right. Do you have a question?
I do. And it has to do with Article 6. Have we done due diligence on this property?
In terms of,
In terms of anything that would be involved in due diligence, 21E? Wetland delineation?
no, we have not. I don't know that that's required before we accept the gift, but I can discuss that with town council. We did not.
It wouldn't be required, but it might be prudent. seeing the
Yeah, let me
properties
ask her, we may be able to do a desktop 21, I don't know how long that's gonna take, but,
Well, if you've decided to put the MWRA thing on spring, would it not be prudent to do due diligence on this property and put that on the spring as well? I mean,
well, let me find out if it's required, so let me check with council. I don't know the answer to your question, so let me track that down and find out. And there may have been some stuff that's done already. I understand the plan that we got actually had wetland delineations on it. Now, whether that needs to be updated or
Well,
not.
I guess more importantly is the 21E. I mean,
Understand.
we were hesitant to accept 22 Elliott Street without due diligence, and it wasn't next to a hazardous waste dump, so.
Yeah, correct. I mean, we didn't do 21E on that one, but let me ask, I mean, obviously in the area of Nyanza, so I mean, it's a prudent question. I just, that's not something we spoke about, so let me find
I
out.
was just surprised that we hadn't,
Yep.
and personally, I think maybe we should, and maybe it's,
Yeah, so we'll track that down.
Good point.
Okay, so any questions on that? Article 10, that's the Board of Health. Article 11, that hasn't changed. We filled in the map and the lot number and the approximate square footage. And then obviously we have Article 12, which will be determined by next week when we need to actually post or close and post the warrant, so.
Yeah, what's the timing on that, Tony? Next week, we are,
Yeah, so well, just for the agenda, so next week we'll have an executive session at 6:30 on Wednesday.
6:30,
so-
is that what we're thinking? Okay.
Yeah, and then we'll go into the regular meeting.
And is that downstairs then, or?
I would assume it
Where
would
are
be
we meeting?
downstairs.
Yeah, it will need to be, because I believe the school committee's
are.
meeting next
Okay, but
Wednesday.
we're planning on starting at 6:30.
At 6:30,
sounds
yeah.
like-
Okay.
I haven't picked a room yet. I haven't posted the meeting yet.
And how long do we think that meeting will be? Are
The
we
only
doing
thing, we
executive
have.
and then something else, or?
So we have executive, we have to review so the warrant will get finalized, and then we'll have the board vote to close and post the warrant, because we have to do that by the following Tuesday.
Okay.
And then we want to discuss with the board a draft of changes to the reserve policy, so that's making its rounds through the selectmen, the finance committee, and the school committee. Looks like I have a scheduled in B and C, it looks like.
B and C.
Well, at least I
Okay.
have the room reserved. Susan, we're showing a CPR training next Tuesday for the medical reserve course somewhere in the, but it doesn't give them a room. Are you aware of, there's something on the room reservation, but doesn't,
No, it's usually, they usually use B and C.
yeah, which is what I need for the selectmen's meeting, because open space and rec is in the, in room A.
Yeah, but that's Tuesday, right? Or is it Wednesday?
No, Wednesday.
28th
Oh.
is a Wednesday.
Yeah, 20th is Wednesday.
Board of Health usually meets on Tuesdays, but MRC doesn't.
Okay.
Purchase plan
We'll figure it out.
Can you, just, so the West Union sewer takings, what's the background on that? Does that have to do with our recent approvals, or is that a separate project, or?
No, it's gonna be for, essentially for the upgrade. We actually have water and sewer pipes that run through that area. The history behind it, when the planning board originally approved, Ashland Commons and President's Row, I mean, there's water and sewer that runs, through there, that goes down to the Chestnut Street pumping station. And there were supposed to be easements given, and it's in the approved plan for easements, yet they were never given. So we've been working with them, or Dave has, over the course of the last several months to get those easements. In the event that we don't get those, we have to be prepared to actually do a taking to ensure that not only do we have control over the pipes in the ground, but also the new pipe that we're gonna run through there.
Is that just the property of President's Row, or does it go all the way to Chestnut Street? Is it?
Well, it goes all the way to Chestnut Street, but the only issue here is after it passes there, I think it just goes cross-country. We must have easements for all that. This is just in the area of inside of the Ashland Commons.
That's not the 70-year-old pipe, is it?
No, but it's getting there.
It's getting there. Okay. Periodic review of the Ashland Development Matrix.
I know it's getting late. So anyways, this is really more just to give you a flavor of what this particular document consists of. It's updated monthly. It's on the town's website under economic development. There's a lot going on. I mean, some big things and some that are fairly small, like, dealing with a cell tower or something. But, so, if we're gonna review this periodically at a meeting, just, I wanted to get some ideas about how, obviously it'd take a while to run through every single project on here, so I don't know how we wanna boil that down to figure out which ones, you want updates on, but, this kinda gives you the flavor of what we're tracking internally with the staff. Because we don't go to every planning board meeting or ZBA, so I mean, for Michael and I, when we have our development team meetings, we go through this and kinda, discuss each of the projects, just to get a, sort of a general awareness of where they happen to be in the particular, permitting process.
I think this is what we asked for, isn't it? We weren't necessarily saying we should discuss these at every meeting.
I think we're just looking for just that mechanism that identifies, and then we can, from there, ask questions on our own, or,
Right.
I think it's probably And for the sake of time here as well, I think it's something we can probably define a little bit better at our workshop, but really just the sheet. And, you know, again, for me, my takeaway looking at that sheet is I'm adding up all the potential units that are scheduled there,
Right.
and, you know, what's the impact of all those? You know, and I know we've gone around and around, but not to belabor it, but that's, you know, I think it's valuable just the way it is. And then from there, we can ask our own questions.
Yeah, I think this is a great tool. I love getting these and seeing them.
Yeah, I'd like to see one, you talked about DPW projects. I think it would be great to have, you know, something like that, to know what's going on, what's on tap. You know, the legal update, I think that's something we need to do, you know, depending on what's on the list, we need to do probably.
I'm thinking quarterly.
Yeah, but again, Lisa has to be here
Right.
to review it. And then the financial update is something that Michael can do on a periodic basis, to track how we're actuals against budget, so.
Why are some in blue highlights? Does that mean something?
I think the
Any
rows that are
changes?
highlighted in blue are more like separators, but the ones that are highlighted in blue from a column standpoint, I believe that's what
Yeah, I was thinking of
needs
the,
permits.
I was thinking of the font, the blue font, some look like
Oh,
they're.
like Olive Street
Yeah.
and 21 Main.
Because they're on co-urbanize, and
Oh,
on the actual spreadsheet, that's a
You can
physical
click on
link.
them? Oh, well, that's
Yeah,
cool,
there's-
all right. Yeah, I was gonna ask, so the connection, can you get stuff like this from co-urbanize, or is it all individual project information? Like, does co-urbanize have summarized
This isn't
things?
co-urbanized,
I know.
yeah, but co-urbanized is by project, so when you
Yeah,
pull it up,
so
you can pick which project
do
you
which
want and see.
project.
There's
what
probably,
times.
what, about 8 or
Yeah,
9
cool,
projects
okay.
on there now, I think?
I think
The RTD's
more
up
than
there
that,
now.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of them, it's a great site, very
Yeah.
interesting, yeah.
Yeah, so like for the RTD, I mean, all the agreements that you all signed, the Mass Works letter, I mean, all that stuff's been uploaded into co-urbanized for anybody to go, you know, take a look at.
You can't maneuver the town website, you get that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Board reports. Al?
Well, I have a couple of things, and one was a couple of weekends ago, many of us went to the last of the farmer's market, and it was a beautiful day. It was a great conclusion to a wonderful season. I think everybody, it was bittersweet because everyone is sad to see it go. And kudos to everyone that was involved in another successful season. It's just a wonderful addition to the town. Secondly, Saturday I went to the open space walk up at Warren Woods, and there were a lot of things going on that day. We had a pretty good crowd notwithstanding. My hat off to Greg Wands, who led the walk, and for all the people that came. It was a long walk, and everyone survived. A couple of other things, and I think I'm right in this. I haven't heard much about it, but the football field is being dedicated to Bill Kunis on Friday evening.
Yes.
And I think that the ceremony starts around 6. And I
Not
think
sure
there's
yet.
pre-game ceremony and then a halftime ceremony.
Yeah.
So that's something to look forward to. And last but not least, I would like to thank Bill Goldberg for putting those flower arrangements in front of what I call a public market.
Old school.
Everyone knows what I'm talking about. And it would be nice if we could get more of them. I think they really add to the downtown. And now we just have to get him to acquiesce to letting us do a mural on the side of his building. A good mural.
Yeah.
A
Thank
national
you.
mural.
Yes.
And, you know, I just wanted to second what Carl said about the Warren Woods walk. That was really interesting. And also, Carl didn't say, he made a number of comments too, and he didn't talk as long as he usually does, so that was good. So that was good. That one, yeah, and Greg did a nice job. The only thing, I just wanted to bring up something I noticed in the Middlesex News yesterday, actually, about, and it's a schools see spike in students, and this has to, I don't know how many people read, this is an article about Legacy Farms, so, and this, you know, and when we think about the rail transit district and some of our impact, I mean, they're talking about, in Hopkinton, they're actually monitoring carefully the number of students coming out of the Legacy Farms, and it says here, to date, 381 occupancy permits have been issued on the southern side of the property. 52 students come from the apartment buildings and 60 from ownership units, according to the data. So, you know, it's interesting. This is over 100 students from about 400 occupancy units. So I think that's, you know, a clear warning us to be very, very careful in terms of doing these fiscal impacts, because I think that was more than we were thinking or hoping in our 400 units. So
They're
I think
bigger,
we
though.
need to
Remember-
get
They're bigger.
They're 2 and 3
And also
bedrooms.
some of those are single families,
They're 2 and 3
right? Isn't that what it
I'm
said?
not sure they are.
They
That's something, maybe that's a good
They
idea to
have
follow
homes,
up.
they have
I'd like,
single-family homes at Legacy Farm.
I'm not sure that's what we're talking about here, but that's a good question. But they're monitoring it very carefully. Maybe if somebody wants to follow up exactly what we're talking about in those 381 occupancy permits. Because I think that's, you know, we're all gonna be on the same road there. And, you know, I think it's just another, and I did note that they actually have an agreement with the developer. If more than X kids move in, he's paying them $500,000. So it's kind of an interesting thing to watch that. So, you know, that's just something I saw in the paper that really has a lot of parallels with us, so. And maybe if you guys, you know, can we get that data, exactly what we're talking about in terms of housing units? I thought these were the 1 and 2 bedroom units, but I could be wrong. But if that's the case, then that's some pretty, somewhat surprising information, I think.
Well, I can ask what they're building. I don't know if what Legacy Farms makeup is, whether they're 1 bedrooms and 2
I
bedrooms,
thought
or
they're,
2 bedrooms
yeah.
and 3 bedrooms.
And maybe as Yolanda says, we're dealing with some, but 381 occupancy permits, 110 students,
What's,
something like that.
what percentage of build-out is Legacy Farm at this point? Any idea?
20%.
I think they're just
Is
getting
it- is
started.
I know it's huge, it's huge, yeah, yeah.
It's, the student enrollment is much higher than anticipated.
Well, they're anticipating a new school.
Yeah.
I think they were right from the beginning
And I
of the
guess,
project.
you know, just, you know, we're gonna be embarking the same planning process, I would
Yeah.
think. So.
Well, and now,
Rob, when you did your thing, it's about 1 to 3 or almost 1 to 4, you know, 1 student for every 4, you know, dwellings, you think? Or you don't even know if it's more than 1.
No,
Well,
this
that-
one,
I did take off the original Gainer design, and I took it conservatively. At the time, I knew how many students we had per household, and I took 1 in 5, we would generate 125 students out of that 500-unit project. I'm not certain what he's got now.
That's less than that, fortunately.
Little less. Anything else, Rob?
no, that's,
Good?
that's it,
Okay.
thank you.
Yolanda?
That's enough, Rob.
That's enough, yeah.
So last week I attended a Safe Routes to School meeting, and talking about some of the plans for that. And they will be very happy to hear about the grant. And then this morning, I participated in one of the Walking Wednesdays, which is a program where they meet out front at Montenegro Square for Mendez students who don't usually walk, and they can meet on Wednesday and walk to school. And they have one more, which will be next Wednesday, the 28th. And I'll be walking again, and that's it.
Keep on trucking.
That's right.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, well, first of all, Carl, thank you for the kind words about the farmer's market. It is bittersweet, although it's nice to have Saturdays back for a while, so that's good. So speaking of the market, on November the 21st, our Thanksgiving market, it's the Saturday before Thanksgiving, will be held at the middle school. So I'll probably mention that a few more times. So let's see, our next override study committee meeting is on Monday, the 26th, October 26th at 7:30 a.m. Just wanted to remind Michael.
Me too.
And Rob. So 10/31, October 31 is the Ashland Half Marathon, so be aware of that. That's Halloween Day, and it's on a Saturday. And then, again, the Downtown Summit, we've scheduled for 11/5, and hopefully that's going to be a successful event to jumpstart and coordinate a lot of the conversations that we have about downtown. So looking forward to that. And then the last thing I just wanted to make note of, you know, we gave out a lot of money today. It was enjoyable to a degree, but we also kept in reserve monies that I think we all have some ideas for relative to projects that we want to support. And I think we should start to identify what those projects are, and let's send them, I think, to the chair and maybe discuss them at our next workshop.
At the 12th. Sounds good. Well, to reiterate what Kyle said about the farmer's market, fantastic season. And kudos to everybody that put their time and effort into it. I can tell you that my youngest granddaughter went over there this past weekend and painted her pumpkin. And she also painted one for Papa. So, which is on my desk. And I have to make sure it stays on my desk because she'll be coming over this week, and I want to make sure that she sees it on my desk.
Very good.
But, no, it was great. She had a wonderful time, so thank you for providing that special day for her. She has a lot of fun. I want to thank the board. I know there are times when we don't see eye to eye at a lot of things, but we just have to remember what we're doing, and we're working for the betterment of the town as a whole. So I appreciate the cooperation, even though at times it's kind of difficult at best. So I just want to thank everybody for that. I want to thank management for everything that they've done for us, working diligently, getting everything ready. Sometimes we don't get thanked enough, and I was reminded of that not too long ago. So don't be surprised if I continue thanking people for what they do, because sometimes you need to hear it. October 30th is the Halloween parade, annual Halloween parade. It'll be the Ashland's 30th. Ashland Day hosting it. Starts at Montenegro Square at 6 o'clock. All the children are welcome to come. We're preparing for 300. Let's hope we get 300. We had just about 300 last year, and we anticipate 300 this year. So
What's the
and
weather
it's-
gonna be?
Well, I'm hoping that the weather's gonna be nice. If not, everybody will show up at the Mendez School Gymnasium, and that's where the proceedings will go. If not, we'll be walking. And thank you. Escorted by the fire and police departments, once again. And I just want to acknowledge the fact that our K-9 officer and K-9 are in DC right now, and are being honored at, in Congress. So I just want to thank them for their wonderful job and good work that they did. And they just need to be recognized. And I think that's all I have for tonight. So if there's anything else, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved?
And
Second.
do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And we will see you all on our next meeting.
Good
Have
night.
a safe night.
7:30, you know.
What's our meet, you don't know our meeting schedule in November?